Working with robots, right?
Yeah, that's right, totally. Okay, nice to see everyone here. Just we'll get started. One moment. So CM100, we're starting, and the very first thing we're going to learn about is the history of condominium. Alberta, we'll just get the slides happening here. That's us. This is what we're going to do. These are all the chapters that are in your manual. The manual is really big and fat. We do not touch every little detail in there, but the information that's in there is good. We'll be touching the highlights through the day. So chapter 1, this section we're going to review the structures and concepts of condos. So the history of condominium in Alberta, description of condominiums, how a condominium is created, types of condominium developments, and structures and usage, kind of registered documents, what we need to keep and hold, basic elements of a condominium, and then condominium incorporation concept. So that's kind of what we're going to go through. Now history, and I'm going to try and not look there. Usually it's at the back so we can follow, so just bear with us. Condominiums have been around for a really long time. I mean, honestly, 2000 BC, they were around. We just didn't know about them. The oldest known deed was in Brooklyn Museum. And the very first condominium in North America was in New York City in 1947. You need to know this information, maybe not, but it's been around for a long time. The first condominium in Canada was registered in 1967, and that's Brentwood Village in Edmonton, and it's still around. First one in Calgary was a year later, so we were a little bit ahead of Calgary in that, as we like to be ahead of Calgary. The first act was passed, Alberta legislation was in 1966. Change that slide. We did, yeah, thank you. What do we mean by condominium? So the term of condominium refers to, it's a creature of statute. So it's a written law, it's like an organization, it's something that was set up, it's legislated, you've got your rules and things you have to follow. It's a body or an organization, you can put it in a few kind of ways. There's many types of condos, so there's townhomes, apartments, commercial, bungalows, two-story, a variety. Ownership, it means certain responsibilities. You own it, you need to pay the condo fees, you have to follow the bylaws and the rules. A condo provides a lifestyle, community lifestyle. A lot of people, when they're looking, maybe looking for amenities, pools, an exercise room, maybe it's just a clubhouse style. A lot of people, it's their lifestyle, how they want to live. Downtown, you're looking at something different than you're looking at maybe in a rural setting, right? A unit is an owner holds a specific title, condo unit. They also share the common space. So the details will come as we kind of go through the course today. This is just what a condominium is. It's a project or a development. So a project is like a series of phases. A development is developer does phase 1 of a condo, and then phase 2 and phase 3 sells them off. So they differentiate. Condos are also businesses. You've got commercial condos. That means you have commercial condos on the bottom, and you've got homes on top. They vary. storage lockers, very many of them, but it can be a business. It's also your home. If you're that unit owner, it's your home. Once you purchase that condo, then you've got the lifestyle that you want, and then it becomes a community. So you moved into that place, you meet your neighbor in the exercise room, you go for a swim after, or you play bridge in the amenity room. So you build a community. It's a democracy. It's organized, you have a planned board is elected, and it gets run just like a democracy. Everyone's treated fairly. So we have very important pieces that you need to have. You can get them online too, so you know for sure you're on the updated one. These are the latest ones, but this is what rolls you, the Condominium Property Act, and then it follows with the regulations. Louder? Oh, okay. So these are laws that are applicable to condominium. If you're not sure if you should be doing it, how it runs, someone said you should do this, this is where you've got to go. King's Bench is where you can get them. Be sure you have a copy. Corporations must follow these laws. The first act was passed in 1966, so it's been around for a while, and as you know, the last few years, since like 2014 or so, it's changed a lot. So you should have the current ones that you're working from. And the latest amendments were April 2023, and then to the Act, and the regulations, I think, was May 2024. So be sure you're looking at the right one. Not the dates on the slide. Pardon? I know, and the dates on the slide are wrong. Yes, thank you. The dates on the slide are wrong. So they have I updated that. Not the slide. So the Act sets out minimum requirements that are applicable to everyone. No one is exempt. Everyone has to pay condo fees by your unit factors. Everyone pays special levy by your unit factors. Everybody has to put in a pet application and pick up their pet food. No one's exempt. If you're a board member and you have that pet, you have to follow the same rules. Everyone has to be treated fairly. The concept of the Act and the regulations is self-policing. So there is no condo police, as I think someone has said. I've heard that over the years. There is no condo police. You have to police yourself. The Act keeps board members accountable, keeps condo managers accountable. So always stay in those guidelines. The Act is very broad. So the Act is very broad. It doesn't get changed as often as the regulations. The regulations has the details for what's in here. So the regulations get changed more often because it's less government paperwork, I guess, if I could say that. So follow them always. The rules are for every owner. And if you're unsure how to handle any situation, just go to the Act, check the regulations. And keep in mind also that the Act prevails. Even if you've got something in your bylaws, it's contrary, this is what you go by. Also why you want to always have your bylaws updated to the current Act. Yeah, next slide. Any questions? I'm okay if as we go, you can ask questions, that's all right. We will have at the end, but sometimes you forget by the end. So if you have any questions, I'm okay with coming forward. So a condominium is comprised of units. Can you see the list there? So units is kind of within the building. It's your private individual space. It's owned just by one owner, or perhaps maybe 2 or 3 owners, however you purchased it. But it's defined by the floors, walls, and ceilings. That's your unit. Then there's common property, which, say you're in an apartment, you've got a balcony. That's common property, but you get to use it. It's your private space, but it's still corporation. It's still a condo. Still have to follow those rules, even if you feel it's your space, right? It's your private space. So any common property, or like your roadway, grounds, lawns, like your lawns, deck, patios, balconies, parkades, assigned parking stalls, those are all common, shared common space. You have owners in a condominium, and that's people that are the registered owner. They've got the title to the unit. It could be, maybe there's 3 people, could be 1/3 ownership, either way. You just need to be sure that they're registered. You have a copy of their title, just to be sure you're dealing with all the owners, not just one, if there's three names on the title. Then you have a board of directors, and the Act lays out the powers and duties of the board, and that's section 28 in the Act, and it's very defined of how you should behave. Honestly, integrity, due diligence, all day long. Then you have bylaws. And you may have policies, rules pulled out of those bylaws, but bylaws are legally binding documents that govern the corporation. They govern the operation, the administration, how you roll. It's like a business, how you roll things. You need to always follow the bylaws. Rules, you need to follow them, but they don't stand up in court. Bylaws do. They're legally binding. So it helps a board to control, manage, and pull out breaches, just keep people in line. If you let things go a little bit, then George over there is going to say, well, Susie did this. So you've just got to keep it the same across the board, or you set a precedent. You always want to set the best one. Just like board of directors, all owners are bound by the bylaws. Again, everybody has to follow the same rules. One set of bylaws for a corporation, everybody has to follow it. Bylaws can be amended by special resolution with 75% unit factors, 75% owner votes. So you can do that. It's not easy. If you wanted to add no smoking in a unit, that might be hard to be passed. So you need to be cognizant of, will this pass or not? Because it takes a lot to revise bylaws and make, so you want to be sure that everybody's going to, and not everybody will be, but you want to be sure 75% of the people will go with it to make that vote pass. Bylaws must be filed at land titles. They must be registered in order to be enforced. If you just say picked a certain section in the bylaws, maybe around pet application, that you just wanted to change because it wasn't strong enough, and it's an issue at your condo, and you're just doing that section, you've got to make sure that you don't just register that section, because at land titles, they don't kind of remind you, oh, do you want all of your bylaws registered or just this page? They'll just register this page because that's all you sent in. So you have to make sure that if you make any small changes like that, that you register the whole set of bylaws again. Yes.
Question, when you're getting your 75%, if there's an owner who is not happy with one particular bylaw, like are they voting on the whole package and it has to be unified? Yes, I accept all of the bylaws, or can you do certain, bylaw 3, nobody likes it, so we're removing that one, or how does that work?
I think you could, because you know, if it's something that most owners don't want and you're not getting it passed, you might want to revisit it if it's just one little thing, for sure. I mean, you want bylaws that you can keep in mind. You need to be able to follow through in what you're putting in those bylaws.
Well, for example, we're discovering that we have electric cars and the board pays for the parking lots. Electricity, and now we got people plugging in, so that's fairly new. It's only one or two. And if we put restrictions on it, I can see the owners of the electrical cars being upset, but they're one or two units. And so it's just something in my head.
Yeah. Yeah, and you might even have to just have a special meeting or just something like that, I would say, right? Because that is something new and it is going to be kind of more and more. Yes, yes, I would say so. Let's see. Right, and so if the other note too is if you don't have bylaws, then it automatically goes to the statutory bylaws. That's in stable board regulations. So it's a default bylaw. So if maybe you just new development, usually they have customized bylaws, but not always. So you want to, and then it defaults to what's in the regulations and yeah. Okay, just to be sure of that. Any other questions on that? Okay. So how is a condominium created? And I don't know if, yeah, it's pitched up in your manual if you want to follow along a little bit. I did make a few little notes on it, but okay. So the developer files a documented land titles. Kind of how it starts. He makes all the decisions. He decides units, boundaries, how many square feet this unit's going to be, corner units, however. He allocates the unit factors. And again, he chooses either statutory bylaws or that are in the regulations, or then he customizes the bylaws. He maybe pulls out, selects a trade name, say the Willows, and when he goes to register it, then it gets a condo corp number. The owner, the developer owns all of them at the outset, right? So if it's a phased project, depends kind of how it is, he owns them all. He has definitely rules that he has to follow, like the turnover time, etc., and that's all in the regulations as well. He's usually on the board of directors at the beginning, and once he sells, there's a timeline there, and honestly, I didn't look that up. It is in regulations. He's got a 30-day timeline and 90 days out after he sells so many units. So I don't have those details right here, but it is in the act, and I can look it up if you need it. To get it registered, and then he sells so many, then he actually has to turn it over and get a board of directors. And at that time, when he sets it up, he needs to register all the board members, addresses, and land titles. So that's, at that time, that has to happen. Then we have types of condominiums. So we have traditional, most common, what you think of as a condo. Bare land, so you have conventional bare lands. So the owner takes title to the physical land, so kind of like the dirt, and then they're responsible for everything. Often you do get kind of mixes where you have, I know I have a couple of bare land condos. One bare land is bare land, they just own the dirt. They've got architectural structure drawings that keep them, they can only build this kind of certain unit, and then they have a common roadway, that's it. And then I have a bare land that is operating conventional, where the owner is responsible for their decks and their windows, but the siding and the roofing is included. So just really check your bylaws of how it is, just so you're not paying for windows, and maybe you should have as a corporation. I've had one where they've been paying windows for numerous years, and it just came up that a motion way back in the day, it wasn't changed in the bylaws, and owners were to take that responsibility, and the corporation has been paid for it. I'm not sure how we're going to do that one right now, because some owners that have paid, well, they should get paid back. So it was a motion like years back, and it was never changed in the bylaws. So I don't know what that's going to look like when we're done. So really, yeah, it can be complex. But no, if as long as you know what's in your bylaws, you should be okay. But that has just happened in one of ours. Then you have the phase ones, where the developer does it in stages, and I think there's a lot of them where they have 3 buildings on site or whatever, and just do it as they sell. So, a redivided bare land, so the developer again divides a unit and then creates common property, and that's often noted in just like a phase development. They do it as they go. You've got conversions. So I know there's many smaller condos that probably in 07 to 09, investors were selling them and condominiumizing the smaller units like 20, 30, that sort of style, older buildings. And so they've gone to the condominium, and I'm finding that now investors are coming back and looking to purchase those back. The condos are small, they don't have enough money to cover building envelopes, etc. And their condo fees are already high, and owners are trying to get out of it before there's some big building expenses and large special levies. So that's just what's happening in the industry right now with the small buildings, but they've been converted, and they're now, I think, I have a few of them that are going back to be sold to an investor, and they're going to be multi-family rentals. And that's what they were in the beginning. So anyway, not sure if anybody's in a small one that's going through that or not, but yeah. Then we also have residential, which is kind of what we do own. There's maybe rental pools. It's also got industrial, commercial, office space. Condominiums come in many varieties. You also have recreational, where you've got your mobile homes, cottage homes, there's condos as well. And then you've got the mixed use, where you'll have residential above commercial space, office rentals, so there's a mix. Also, you have your storage and parking. You have those are condos as well. Used for holiday trailers, spaces for workshops. And these all share common space and common costs. Basic elements of a condo. So, and that's kind of in your manual, page 19 if you're following along with it. A condo can be just 2 units. Includes walls, floor, ceiling. That's your inside, that's your private space. Again, it'll still have some common space. There'll still be a yard, maybe patios, sidewalks that still share that common cost. Common property is on the outside of the unit, so it's not on the inside. Not inside your unit, so that's hallways, lobbies, elevators, stairways, any shared amenities, fitness centers, swimming pools, laundry rooms, parking space. Storage, if you have a parkade, maybe it's a title stall, you maybe purchase that, but often too, it's just a sign stall. It's your space, but if you leave oil stains on it, you're responsible to get that off, right? You might have storage cages. Again, it's your space, but you need to maintain it because it's just exclusive use, right? Unit factors, so there's always 10,000 unit factors set of each condo. Again, the developer sets that at the onset. They are used to determine kind of your condo fees, your voting, and that's it, special levies. They're used for, we're going to come to these shortly here. So. And I just added exclusive use areas there. And I think I mentioned it before, but it's your private use. You get to use it. It's just your balcony. Your neighbor can't use it, but you do have to take care of it as the condo, as the bylaws, as the condo requests. You need to abide by the bylaws and the rules. registered documents. So land titles is where you need to be sure all these documents are registered. Condominium plan. I have a couple of examples up here, and you can look at them later, and we'll talk about them a little bit as we go. But and also too, all of these documents, because they should be registered by if you're self-managed or by condo manager, all these documents should be registered, and they are available for any owner to go in and purchase them from land title. You've got a condominium additional plan sheet. So kind of here you've got your plan over there, and there's your CAD sheet with all your details on there. It shows your unit titles, and I don't think we have a slide on this one. I'm pretty sure we don't. So you just have to look later, but these are gold. This is a really old one. They did copy it. It's right. I just chose to put up the old looking one because it's really old. I think it's 82. So these are gold. If you have it, like, keep it, hold on really tight. They can get lost in transition with age, and people, maybe thinking it's old and they don't need to keep it anymore because it's really old, which you only need to keep documents certain times for a certain length of time. But this tells you your unit factors. You can always go back to it if there's an error in transition with a condo manager, or even self-managed, it's just from one treasurer or president to the other. Maybe something gets lost. You can always go back to that because that's the rule. That's what was registered. You've got I can just go here, your unit factors, your square footage, like the legal number, municipal number, your basic plan, and then over there, it actually lays out where unit 40 is. Does everybody have that for their condo? Yes? Yes? Yeah, that's good. I know we've taken over some condos and they don't, so, and you can get from land titles. Some of the really old ones you can't always get them anymore. Okay, so now the titles are registered. So you purchase, you get registered as the owner. Current bylaws and any changes, be sure to send all pages. So all is there. Address for service. You got to make sure. So if you're self-managed, is it going to George's house at his unit? And then if maybe he's not the president anymore, then be sure that always gets changed. Realtors or people will look for that address to get some information for his sale documents, etc. If you have any change of board of directors, kind of usually after an AGM, if any board of directors names have changed, people have changed, you want to be sure that gets registered. A legal name, if it's registered at before 1975, it was the owners, condo plan, yada, yada, yada. And now after 1975, it's condo plan and the condo number. And I don't know if you know, so the first two numbers, so you've got 3 numbers and then 4 numbers, right? The first 3, so the first 2 numbers is the year it was converted, if it was a conversion or built. And then the third number is where it was registered. So if the 2 was registered in Edmonton, it was the one that was registered in Calgary. So if it's, this one's 82-2, so this was built in 82 and registered in Edmonton. It kind of, yeah, it's a thing. Let's see, restrictive covenants. So that kind of restricts what a property owner may do. Like prohibited short-term rentals, architectural design controls. Again, that should be in your bylaws. certain usages like building heights, pesticides, right? So you want to just check that in the bylaws. KVS. KVS are put in place to maintain the character of the complex. You don't want arrears list of $80,000 and you're kind of struggling to keep your maintenance up. You want to be sure that, I don't know, have a policy over $1,000. You want to, after you've tried, you know, you've got to totally do the proper steps. First letter, reminder. Second letter, hey, did you forget about us? Third letter, oh no, we need to do something different. We need this paid. Follow those steps, and then the board has to motion if you're gonna file a KVS, right? Has to be motioned. Give them an opportunity, but if it stays there forever, it just gets big, right? So you want to be sure that you make those steps, because I believe mortgage comes first. If there's a foreclosure, mortgage comes first, and condo fees come second, right? So but if you don't have that in place, it might not happen. So you totally need to be sure you do that.
Question for you.
Yeah.
So if you have the policy like over 1,000, then they get their first warning.
Sure.
Do you still have to pass a motion if you're following that and they're over 1,000 for each and every case?
You need to do those. For me, it should do those three things first. Give them an opportunity. Maybe something bad happened, and you know. But if they're just plain negligent, yeah. So yeah, you should.
Okay.
There's no rules on that, but you should.
If you have an owner where you've got a caveat in place and they're just ignoring you, at what point do you recommend that you turn it to legal? Because having a caveat is great, but if they never sell the place.
No, that's right. Right. Yeah, yes. Yeah, I don't know. Then the next step would be statement of foreclosure, right? Statement of claim.
Okay.
I mean, that's hard to do, but you'd have to do that letter, right? And just say, hey, well, okay, if you're not responding to us, so okay, this is the next step. And then, right? And I guess the other thing that I know we do is we reach out to the mortgage company as well, because that's on the title.
Okay.
And sometimes they maybe get the owner's attention. I know we do that before we do the statement of claim. Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah. Yes.
On the flip side, what can an owner do if a condo board skips those steps?
Well, they shouldn't. You could remind them, I guess, right? I mean, bring it to their attention.
Are those steps listed in this?
Probably not. I don't.
Best practice.
Best practice, yeah. Best practice. I don't think it's probably in the book. But yeah, that would be best practice, right? But how would an owner know if they're not? How would an owner know that there's somebody in arrears? It's confidential information.
So you, as a board, if you've got somebody that missed, you should be sending them a reminder right away, as soon as you find out in that first week of the month. If something untoward happened, you can grant them a grace period, that's great. If they ignore you, that's your first trigger. You send them a next letter at 30 days, and then send another one at 60 days.
Sorry, we're having tech problems.
And the one at 60 days should say, you are now 60 days in arrears. Should this fall over 90 days, you will be automatically sent to collections. And my recommendation is that at that point, that's where your activity ends with the file. You reach out to legal and they will take it from there. If a board tries to do it on your own and you don't have experience on what to do, you can dig yourself an even bigger hole. So give them their friendly reminder, 30 days, 60 days, and then off with their head. And way to go.
3 strikes, you know.
And in my experience, the legal team that I use for this, the corporation ends up with no costs. They reach out, they tack their fee onto what's owed. The person then must pay directly to the legal firm. You cannot accept money from them directly. The legal firm takes their fee and then sends you a check a few weeks later for what you were looking for, with the condo fee, the interest, whatever was on there.
Yes.
Sometimes bylaws might have
fine structure? You have to have the fine structure in place? And would you put those fines on the 30 or 60-day notice based on the, you just go straight to?
You cannot add fines. You can only collect through these means for condo fees and special levies. Fines, you have to go through civil court or King's Bench to get those. Those you cannot caveat for. You cannot withhold. A lot of times these things will happen if a guy's selling his unit and he might think, oh, well, I'll let it pay out after my sale goes through. That's a strategy, but you can't collect the fines on that. You can only collect condo fees and special levies that are outstanding.
But you can't place interest on outstanding.
Yeah.
balances.
If your bylaws allow, and it'll tell you the interest rate, you add condo fees plus interest, special levy plus interest. But any fines you've levied for, I don't know, dog poop, smoking, whatever, those are not collectible in that fashion.
Okay. I think there was a question.
Yeah, there was a question that came in through the Zoom a little bit ago, but it says some condos have separate restrictive covenants. Any thoughts on whether that's better than in the bylaws or as two separate docs?
So your restricted covenants will be listed on your title and on your CAD sheet. Right. So they are very hard to change. As far as a separate document, no, because they are listed on the title there. You can refer to them in the bylaws, make sure that people are aware that they're there.
Thank you.
Okay. Okay. Any other questions? We're good?
I have a question. We came across where we've seen a title where the board has 2 caveats on a property. And in my professional life, I'm a banker, and normally we only see 1 caveat. If somebody's in arrears, putting another caveat on, I don't know what the purpose of that would be, and I'm wondering if you've seen that. Where if somebody was in arrears, I would just leave the original caveat in place.
But the original caveat is maybe not for the right amount of money,
Okay,
right?
so it's specific to the amount.
I think so.
Okay, thank you.
Just wondering if throughout the day we're going to cover fines and enforcement for not following bylaws.
I think it is. It does. Yes.
Thank you.
Okay. Yes.
Just wondering if you created a policy, it's not in the bylaws, but your policy states that if, for whatever reason, like say for snow removal, they don't move the vehicles and there's a fine within that, for that infractions, then is that collectible?
No. Still fine.
Okay.
It's just
Thank
condo
you.
fees and yeah, just arrears.
Okay,
Yes.
thank you.
Okay. The other registered documents are builder's lien, and that's more the legal claim against the property, mostly to the developer, I guess, but not necessarily. It's by a contractor or supplier that has not been paid for work that they've done. So that also needs to be filed. Property, again, depends if it's developer, but I've never had any contractor lien on property. I don't know, have you? No. So you just always want to pay a contractor as timely. That's all. Next slide. Condominium plan. A good condominium plan includes the boundaries of the parcel, portion of the land that is to be provided for the purposes of roads, public, reserve land. It's common property. The boundaries of the units and the common property again, and the location of each unit. So that's all on your plan. And again, the size and the layout of the building on the property, the typical floor plan, the cross-section views, the unit numbers, approximate square footage is also on there in that little box. The name of the developer, the mortgage holder is on there as well. The architect surveyor, the municipality that was preparing the plan, and exclusive uses are also shown on there. Again, and this is all on this plan, on this sketch. The unit factor legend, that's the teeny weeny, that's all these ones. Sometimes you need, so that's all of that. That's your unit factor legend. It notes the unit factor is assigned to each unit and the approximate square footage. The month, day, and year that the plan was registered and where it was registered. The number assigned to the plan number. I kind of said the year it was built and when it was registered. The location of any recreational facilities on Cumberland property, so that's all on there. And the name of the original on the property, so that's all down at the bottom there. I know there are some samples in the back of your book. I think it's chapter 7. They have samples of all of these different forms too. And so I think kind of 187-ish for later you can look. The engineers on there, the architect originally that worked on the project, and the information required under the regulations to respect with phase development. Any other features prescribed by or required under the Act, doors, windows, all on there. So again, this plan is gold. Keep track of it. So the additional plan sheet. So it's a summary of documents that's registered with land titles. So again, the address for service of the condominium corporation and any file changes to that address, the names of the board of directors, and any changes. If someone stepped down from the board midterm, you probably want to file that at land titles as well. Any bylaw changes to the corporation, any historical records, you want to certain make sure that those get registered. Any restrictive covenants, leasehold interests, any caveats, or any other interests that in the corporation. The dates documents were filed and registration number of each document, that's all shown on there. And standard insurable unit description also shown there. So. And I think this is kind of what it looks like coming from registration. Kind of all your little details are on there. Okay, so just now some details on the unit title, what it includes. Again, and I think this is about page 28 in your manual for following along. So the title, again, it has that similar look, only not the corporation one. So a legal description of the unit shows the plan number, the legal unit number, and the unit factor being shared in common property. The number of the title, which probably something we probably hardly use, but the municipality the property is in, that's on that title. The legal address is on there to their mailing address, so an owner may purchase but not live on site. So that's the address that will be on that title that you get from land titles.
Try to pretend I'm not here. I'm not here.
Okay.
Sorry. You keep going. Sorry.
Okay.
I am. We
Oh.
just the camera's gone to sleep, so we have to wake it up.
Your power just came off. It might
Power?
die on you.
What did?
Your power came just
Like
came
this?
off.
Like this?
No, the other one. The laptop power.
Oh.
Yeah.
Thank you. We've got it, guys. We're doing so good.
we have to do this again?
Can you say wake up?
It doesn't say, wake up. Can you say wake up? I think that has to be farther over. Wake up, actually, last time you did this, and that looked better. It's not waking up.
Looking at you yet. Okay. Nice. Keep going with the session.
Keep going?
Yeah. We'll try to sort it out on break.
Okay, okay, so we'll keep going. Okay, so the names of owners are on the land title, so if it's just you, it'll be one name, but if you and your husband, and maybe your daughter, whatever, 3 owners, or it's an investing company or whatever, and there's 3 people ownership, so that's all in your, will be all in your land titles. And any details of encumbrances, liens or interests, as you said, you know, why is there 2 kids? It's on there, all that will be on your title sheet. And also the mortgage mortgage holder is also on that title. Yes.
If you have more than one person on title, how does that affect voting?
Well, they just get 1 vote, but, you know, however they decide to vote, right? And so if you're at AGM or whatever, and it's an important vote, I mean, they would get like 1/3, right? If there's three people, they get 1/3 vote. Because each unit only gets 1 vote.
But how do you record 1/3 of a vote?
You just add it up. Right, yeah, I know. You want them to be on the same page, hopefully, but maybe that doesn't always happen. But yeah, they do just get part of a vote. Unless they brought proxies or something, and
So you divide the unit factors between the 3 persons on the title for that unit.
right?
If a person owns more than 1 unit, do they get, example, they own 2 units, do they get 2 votes?
They do. Actually.
It depends on what it is.
Yeah, it depends.
So if it's like for a special resolution, you get 1 vote, but all of your unit factors count.
Right.
If it's at an AGM, then you get the two votes, correct?
Correct.
Making sure, yes.
So it's a special resolution, they get a vote, but their unit factor, let's say their unit factor is 2, just for the sake of it.
Yeah.
So they would get a unit factor vote count of 4, but 1 vote.
Well, whatever their portion is, so like if
2
there's
and 2, let's
investors.
say each unit is 2 unit
And
factors.
that's why for special resolutions and for bylaw changes, they go 7,500 unit factors and 75% of the owners. So you have 14, one guy owns 14 units, so they can sort of swing the vote. So to make it more fair, you have to have the unit factors in there as well. So 75% of the owners, 7,500 unit factors. Yeah, it's a lot of math.
Yeah. Yeah, but yeah. Okay. Okay, kind of thing. Okay, with that. So yeah, so that's what your unit title includes. And I think we have bylaws next. So,
That's a question, just going back to that
Yeah.
thing with the papyrus and, you know, how long it's been going, like 2,000 years and things like that before,
oh, right?
yeah, BC. What, on that papyrus, was it actually a special assessment?
Probably not. Probably not. Good one. All right. So your bylaws regulate the corporation, kind of provide control for management and kind of administration for units and common property, right? Everybody has their own bylaws that are unique to your corporation. They depends, they're created by the developer and registered, or they might be the statutory that's in the Act and regulations. And if there's a developer one that's customized just for them and you're just purchasing, you probably really want to get the bylaws changed because they all are in favor to the developer. So that's something you need to totally look at and put on your list to do at the get-go, right? Owners can amend bylaws by special resolution, and again, as Dawn just mentioned, that's 75% unit owners and then 75% unit factors. Put the two together and it's gotta be 75%.
Can the board of directors just do that, or does it have to go to a vote?
Has to go to a vote, yeah. Board of directors cannot change bylaws. No, not by themselves. They can work on it, but no, they cannot. They can do policies, rules, yes. But again, they don't stand up if the bylaws don't support them in court, right? Yes. So they kind of bind, bylaws bind the corporation and all owners together. Owners, tenants, residents, just in general, right? And it is the job of the board of directors, if you're self-managed, and the condo manager to enforce it, the bylaws, right? So you don't want to be that Nazi kind of guy that you gotta do this. You want to be sure that you get people to comply and you do it in the best way that you can, and just follow them. And as long as you are consistent, people are going to respect that and say, oh, I better not do that because she got a letter last time she did that. You just want to be consistent in all that you do. And if it conflicts with the act, act prevails. Doesn't matter what your bylaws say, go to the act. Only always remember that. Statutory bylaws, or I think they're called appendix bylaws, maybe too, in the regulations and the act, they do not apply once. Once you've got your own bylaws, you register your bylaws, and then they do not apply anymore. Everybody gets treated the same. That's what's really important. Just keep that in mind. And that the appendix statutory bylaws are in Schedule 4 in the regs and Section 33 in the Act. Just needed to know that. So rights and responsibility of the corporation board. Because sometimes people go, well, the board said, well, it's really the corporation. The board works for the corporation. I always like to think it's, well, the board said we should do this. Well, actually, the corporation insists that the board direct you to do this, right? So kind of responsibilities. Number one for me is be the example as a board member. Act honestly and in good faith, always. Honesty, integrity, due diligence. Those are key words, whether you're a board of director, a condo manager, self-managed. That's what runs your corporation. Be that example. Don't park in the visitor because you're not supposed to, just even if you're going to be 2 minutes and you're the president. Well, he did, well, why can't I? Those things are really important to keep a corporation running really smoothly. Your job is to enforce the bylaws, control and manage the common property, keep it in good state of repair and maintenance. Don't let your building get run down. Keep in mind that it's like a business. You're in charge. You've been voted, elected as a board of directors. It's like a business. That's how you need to run it. Trusting that as a board of director, you didn't jump in there to be for self-interest. Avoid conflict of interest. So totally due diligence that any reasonable, prudent person would do. That's a quote of Todd Shipley, I think. And be sure that you're taking care of your operating costs, following up with reserve expenses, your capital building projects. Don't let them go down. Use your 5-year plan, your reserve fund study. Always make sure you've got that current and follow the plan. It's a guideline, a tool, but definitely be sure that you're following it, or you have a reason why you're not. And make sure that you always inform owners of kind of what you're doing around that. Financially, make sure that you're financially sound. Keep enough operating cost is kept in your bank account. You've got to consider, like, what if the board is broke down, what if, right? I don't know, best practice for me is like 3 months of operating costs should probably be kept in your operating. If you have way more, that's great. But smaller condos maybe don't always have way more, but that's for me is 3 months costs in there, just in case what if. Insurance, obtain insurance, make sure you've got the right coverage. Be sure to get your building appraised so that your insurance is going to cover that. Always give your insurance appraisal, send them a copy to your insurance rep so that they can be sure updated. Also best practice is to be sure that your owners receive a copy of that certificate of insurance, just because they have the right coverage for their home, right? That the deductible is covered. And I know these things will kind of come up a little bit too with more details. Be sure as a board of director that you do not have a conflict of interest. Consider all owners. Disclose if, this landscaping company, they're a friend of yours, disclose that, be sure it's in the minutes. The board of directors will make a decision of if they choose them or not, but you need to let them know that, yeah, she's my friend, or however it is, right? Always disclose. No secrets, don't keep any secrets. Try not to gossip, that's the other part that's sometimes a problem. That's not what your board meeting is about. Yeah, next one there, okay. Establish a reserve fund. So you want to have an operating account and a reserve account. That's the bare minimum, right? And reserve fund is for your capital expenditures, and that should follow how your reserve fund is set up as to what accounts you have in there. Your 5-year plan is kind of a guideline for expenditures. Keep track of it. Privacy Information Protection Act. All boards should have a privacy officer, just to keep track in case something goes out that was not intended to. Just log it and just so that you just record it and say, oh yeah, so this is what we did, so it doesn't happen again. Those are just important things. And your obligation as a board of director is to act in the best interest of the corporation, not what you maybe like for your unit. If you live there and you really wanted it a certain way, it's what's best for the corporation. You do have an obligation to act as a team, and there is no I in team, so keep that in mind. You as a board of director have a right to be treated as any other owner as well, so keep that in mind. You're an owner too. Respect the elected role and the volunteer commitment. Respect to each other as a board member. Volunteering as a board member is a huge commitment. Take it seriously. Always having the best interest of corporation top of mind. It is a huge commitment, and I think unless you've been on the board, you don't know what kind of commitment it is. It's actually big because you're making big decisions, spending big money. So it is a big commitment. So you do take it seriously. And then we have the owners. This is, owners have the right to use and enjoy their unit and their common property. And you do get that often. Well, I have my right. She's got noise next door, right? Those are kind of some things that do come up. But they do, and so does a board member, right? Have in mind, you are an owner as well. You have the right to sell, lease, gift, bequeath, mortgage, and rent out their unit. They have the right to attend general meetings. They have the right and responsibility to vote on matters that concern them. So if you have special meetings, you want to encourage AGM attendance. What I find is that owners don't really come very often to AGMs if everything's going well. If you If you want to get attendance, just say there might be a special levy, you'll have a full house. It works that way. Right? The right to stand for election in corporation, so I'm not sure how your corporation maybe goes. Oh, yes.
Question about the right to sell, lease, etc. Does that have to follow the bylaw as well? So if the bylaws stipulate that,
No renters,
well, yeah, the percentage of renters is a certain amount, then
it would.
they have to follow
They
that.
would have to follow that, yeah, for sure. So owners have a right to stand for election, so give people opportunities. I like to send out the AGM packages, you'd like to know in advance who might be interested. Maybe they need to be vetted. Why do they want to be on the board? Just depends how, what you do in your corporation, right?
I've got another question from the Zoom.
Okay.
It says, what right do board members have when an owner, with an owner, I guess, if they feel intimidated by a board member and vice versa?
Oh,
Stand here and say, wake up loudly first. Say it very loud.
wake up. Not to you.
I think you have to say tiny, wake up. I don't know why tiny.
Say the word tiny and wake up.
Tiny, wake up. It didn't work last time. Louder?
We're gonna take a break shortly, right?
We're gonna take a break, yeah.
Answer that one.
Okay, right.
I'll do the tech stuff.
We'll do the technical stuff after. Okay, what was the question? Say it again.
The question is, what rights do board members have when an owner, sorry, the question's worded interestingly. So it's basically about what can you do when you feel intimidated by a board member as a condo owner or vice versa?
That's just a bad thing. Yeah. What can you do? Letters. Send in a letter to the board.
Document everything.
Okay.
It ends up in front of a tribunal or a judge. The more documentation the owner has of this perceived persecution, the better. You just show up saying, I feel sad. There's nothing to back it up. Yeah. Outsmart them, document everything.
And if you have a condo manager, bring it to the manager's attention. And again, still document for sure. Yeah, document always everything. Yes. Yeah.
Has there been any further progress on the proposed provincial tribunal for condominium?
Not that I know of. Do you?
It's still at a
Promise.
It's coming. It's just, it's going to take a while yet.
It is coming.
Is the board obligated to get involved with neighbor disputes?
Well,
He said, she said.
again, if the board is going to get involved in that, documentation is key. So you need to interview both sides as a board.
Can you tell them that we're not getting involved? That's up to you to resolve. The board does not want to get involved with personal disputes.
Personal disputes, no. If it affects a bylaw, if somebody's violating a bylaw, then you do have to get involved.
Again, an example would be a he said, she said. They are affecting the bylaw. No, I'm not.
Then the board has to investigate
Right.
and make a determination as to what's going on.
Okay, and if the board decides that they do not want to get involved because it is not affecting any bylaws or anything, once the board states that, are we done?
Send a letter.
Yeah.
Send a
Do you
letter.
have to send a letter?
You should. Absolutely.
Document everything you do as a board of directors in writing. If you have a conversation in the hallway with somebody about a concern, follow it up with a letter or an email every time.
Can you put that, let's just say, as a general statement then, and I'm sorry to keep on, can you just put that in your board minutes? The board will not be involved with personal neighborhood disputes, period.
Need to
It's
follow.
documented.
If they submitted it to you, you need to respond in kind and send them that letter.
Yeah, you do.
You
Okay.
cannot shirk your responsibility as a board of directors. Even for defining for this person what your role is as a board, you need to put that in writing.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Okay. So owners have, must abide by the act and the bylaws. They need to respect the rights of owners and directors. Again, it goes both ways. And he said, she said, for me is I take 50, half of it, and then you maybe have something that's kind of a little bit accurate, but you still have to do it. Again, hallway chat, telephone call, document, follow up afterwards, always. And owners have the obligation to pay their share of home expenses. And that is, I believe, the end of this piece here. Do you have questions? Okay, we did that, yeah. Yeah. So then we are going to take a break just now. And so about maybe 15, right? Yeah, so if you want to grab a copy, if you, I don't know if there's any treats left, whatever. Anyway, and thank you very much. Sorry we've had a little bit of glitch here. But for those that are on Zoom, I think it's been okay here. Okay? All right then. We'll be back. So what wasn't working? And the only way we got it was there. That's the only way. Oh, so it's set it off. So we should well, it's turned around, like it's not. Oh,
I like
see?
that. Very fertilized.
I thought it didn't look like that. It did. Well, no, but you're there, so you do it. So do the hand. It's what the, oh, there, see? That's what was wrong. When I started, how did it pump?
So if it isn't blue light at you,
Okay.
so
Yeah,
I
unlock.
have to, how do I unlock?
Yeah, say unlock.
Unlock? Unlock, tiny unlock.
Followed you. Followed you. See?
Unlock me.
Okay. So it's like this. You understand? It's here.
Don't get it.
Okay. Oh my gosh.
We're doing it. We're doing it. We're in the future now.
Oh my gosh.
Is it on right now? Yeah.
Okay. Whatever.
Yes, and it's tracking you, Darcy.
It's tracking you. Like it's tracking you. Well, I thought it was it totally is following you. Okay, that's kind of cool.
You get fast up. You know what?
Everyone's different.
Well. What I said.
Yours is a long one too. Sorry.
Sorry.
Was it just the setting?
So if we're like pointing out, which so I just started turning it.
Yeah, and then just.
Okay. Anyway, it seems like it's on the right. Yeah. Okay. Okay. Yeah.
No, I'm glad. I like what.
Yeah. Well, it's like it's probably something, but I didn't want to interrupt their
Wait,
meeting and like everybody. Tiny, wake up. Unlock.
I did notice you guys weren't muted though.
housekeeping stuff, like I need to change my bank account information, or I need something like this. But make no mistake, if it is anything to do with the regulation of the condominium, the bylaws, that goes to the board for a discussion, and then the manager will relay the answer to the unit owner as directed by the board. Managers should not be interpreting your bylaws and making decisions on behalf of the board without their input. The owners meet at least once a year to elect the board, and that's the AGM. And tenants and guests are allowed if permitted. Okay, so sometimes you'll have a condo where there's a lot of renters, and you might have some very invested and good ones that want to attend because it's their home too, and they want to know. You have to decide. It's an owner's meeting. You have to decide if you will include those people. Now, if they come with their owner's proxy, that's a moot point because they're there representing their owner. So the board, the numbers can range, and that'll be stated in your bylaws, but on the broad spectrum, minimum 3, maximum 7 is what the act states. There are condos in town that have like 9 and 12 board members. That's enhanced. It's not in conflict with the act, so they're allowed to do it. If their bylaws said, we only want a maximum of 5, well, the act says you're allowed 7. So you can't change that, but you can enhance it. So if you live in one of those 9 or 12 board member condos, I pray for you. It is enough to make me want to walk away when they inquire. It's just too much. Your eligibility in most bylaws will say you have to be over 18, not in arrears. If you're running on really, really old bylaws, I do have one, they're still trying to get the vote done, but they were so old, it actually said, you cannot be insane.
That eliminates ours entirely.
And it was like, okay, that's a trigger, guys, you should have rewrote these decades ago. You can't have a criminal background, have gone bankrupt, that sort of thing. Your officers are elected by the board. So at the AGM, the owners elect your board members, let's say 7. They don't elect a president, they elect board members at the first meeting after the AGM. And generally, if it's accommodatable, boards will have this little mini meeting right after the AGM to take care of it. And between them, they will decide who's going to be the executive, the president, vice, treasurer, and secretary. And whatever other directors you have, you can call them directors, or find that if you give them an actual title like director of maintenance, director of horticulture, director of social activities, it gets them more invested in their role. But you can decide all of that as a board at the first meeting. Your decisions have to be in person unless your bylaws say otherwise. Most of you have probably rewritten your bylaws to accommodate the online voting and online meeting participation and Zoom meetings, so that's probably not a thing anymore for any of you. You can vote via email on decisions. And your delegation of authority, so you're authorized by the board to act at a board meeting as a board member. You can't send a proxy to a board meeting. I have some board members, they're new, they think, oh, I'm going to be away. Can my wife come to the board meeting? No. Proxies are only for annual generals and extra general meetings. Okay. You can't delegate your authority. So you have to, if you're going to enter onto a board, it's important that you can commit the time to go.
Fair enough. Say you're going on a vacation, 2 weeks, a month, whatever. Can I delegate my authority while I'm on vacation because I'm going to be out of contact if something comes up for that person? How do you deal with that then?
You're on vacation. You don't participate. If you're on vacation, off the grid, no way to participate via Zoom or anything else at a board meeting, you're just off the grid. But make sure you tell the board, because you technically need permission to miss a meeting. If you don't, 3 strikes, and they can kick you off the board.
Not necessarily a meeting, but let's say something comes up. We need to make a decision on X because something came up. Well, I'm not there to help make a decision on X, can my remaining board do so
Oh, the board
without
can.
my?
Yeah, absolutely, the board can.
But they can't use his vote to make the decisions, right?
No.
They
No.
vote on it just with who's
Yeah.
there.
You're just out. So a majority vote of 7 is 4 if you're on holidays, but you don't get to participate and you don't vote.
Fair. Thank you.
So corporate structure, we did that one. Yeah, so. So the board, again, is between 3 and 7. Next one. So some of the duties and responsibilities in the Act are in the Act, Section 28. Most important one being that you have a fiduciary duty to all of the owners, act in the best interest of the corporation, and as a normally prudent person would. And that was a change that was brought in 2020 with the last big rewrite. And that's a big one because it causes you now not to just act in the best interest at the best of your ability, but it triggers you to ask for professional advice in most cases. So if your stucco is bulging and falling off the building and the board is maybe not construction savvy, but you know what, Joe, I know a guy, Joe, he does this stuff, and you hire him and he does it, and then 2 years later it falls off again and there's water damage. You didn't do your due diligence and act as a normally prudent person would in the eyes of the law, because a normally prudent person would have engaged an engineer to come in and investigate and see what needed to be done. So you really have to engage your engineers, your insurance professionals, your lawyers, whatever else is out there for professionals, landscape professionals. If you're regrading your property, the last thing you want to do is fill in that swale that you just perceive as a rocky, horrible way to walk on something. If that's your drainage, and it could impact the neighboring properties. So you need all that professional advice before you entertain any kind of major work on the common property. The bylaws will add a lot of duties and responsibilities to the board. All your bylaws will vary differently on that one. And being a volunteer on a board doesn't exude you from responsibility. You have to make tough and unpopular decisions at times. And always remember there's 3 choices when you're picking between your quotes. There's better, faster, and cheaper. You can always only get 2 of those. Right? You can get better, but it's not going to be cheaper. You can get faster, might not be better. Right? So just always evaluate based on that and try and provide scope. So let's say you want to build decks and you don't want to employ an engineer, which, on the scheme of things, if they're just small little balcony decks, ground floor ones, not balconies. Make a scope. Tell them what style of wood you want them to use. The last thing you want is to have the deck done and the guy used rough sawn lumber and it looks like terrible. So you want to make sure you spec that you want it to have good one side, or you want it to have them stained, or you want it. That way they're all going to kind of quote you on the same thing. So every newer set of bylaws should have a standard code of ethics for board members in it. If yours doesn't, you can always adopt one separately. The best practice. And it doesn't impose any more rules than there normally would be, other than it brings awareness, especially if you have new board members that don't quite understand their role. And the biggest one is what happens in the boardroom stays in the boardroom, right? You don't leave the board meeting and go and tell your neighbor what you talked about at the board meeting. All of that is confidential until such time as it's published in the minutes and distributed. I've seen the smallest things become way out of proportion. If the board is debating on a capital project and let's say they're painting the interior hallways and they're discussing colors and it's a gray building and they're just deciding, well, it's going to stay gray, but we're going to have, these are our choices. And one board member doesn't like the choice and then goes off and tells everybody, it just becomes bad. So you need to be cohesive, work as a team. What happens in the board meeting stays in the board meeting. The code of ethics will bring awareness to your position of trust and to be trustworthy. Do what must be done, not acting less than or beyond authority. And it provides for rights and privacy protection. Okay. I'll carry out the board role. First, you want to respect the role and authority given by the owners. So they've elected you to be on the board to make their decisions. This is where your attendance at board meetings comes in, preparation. When you get your meeting package, review it. When you get the minutes from the prior meeting, which usually happens within a week of the last meeting, if you're managed, your condo manager will want you to read them and send any errors and omissions in so we can get that taken care of. And at the next meeting, we're not sitting there wasting time reading minutes. That is the bane of my existence. I give them to you 4 weeks in advance, and then we have to waste 20 minutes doing that. So do that. Make the commitment, take the time, and take action. Acquire the knowledge and stay current. Show consideration for this role and demonstrate leadership. To that end, the other thing that really grates on me is board members who, for no reason or won't even explain, use the word "I abstain." Your board, your people did not elect you to not have an opinion. If you're abstaining because, you know what, I'm a mechanical guy, I don't care about paint, I'm going to abstain. No, you have to be invested in everything that comes before the board. Research it, have an opinion. You may not care whether it's gray choice 1 or 2, but make a choice. Don't use that word abstain. If you're on one of my boards, you'll get a lecture from me, because I have some board members that use that every meeting for something, and it's just, there's no reason for it. The only reason you would abstain is if you're conflicted. If it involves something in your unit or you personally, yes, you're excused from the conversation. You're not part of that vote. If for some reason you're still in the room while they're voting, yes, you can abstain, recuse yourself from that vote. That's when you do that. If you've really not investigated the topic, say that. Say, I didn't do my homework. I don't know I don't know which way to vote. Okay?
Then I can convince you.
Can you still be part of the conversation if it involves your unit or?
Not technically, no. So if it's, let's say, for example, plumbers were in doing some work and you ask them to do some extra work for you, change your 2 toilets. And they discovered that, you know what, there's some blockages in the line in your unit. And that invoice came to the corporation and it's all within your unit and we're charging it back and you're disputing it. You can say your piece and say, I don't think I should pay for this bill because I didn't put all that hair down my piece trap. How else it got there? But you can say your piece, they excuse you, the board will discuss it and make a decision. They'll bring you back in the meeting and tell you later what the decision was. And so you're treated just like an owner would be in that case as a board member. But the board has to be able to speak freely without you in the room. Because there's intimidation, there's, oh, but it's Nancy, we don't want to, you don't want any of that coming into it, because that will come back and bite you as a board when the ownership finds out you're playing favorites with board members, right? So you've got to run that just like you would for any other owner. Yeah. This is the end. No? Oh, it is. Okay, so
I have a question.
questions.
Yeah, we're talking about being volunteers on a board. If there is, everybody has their regular jobs and everything. If you feel that there is somebody who is not committing enough time to the board, how do you handle that? And on the flip side, if you feel there's an unreasonable expectation, like the president texts you at 10 a.m. or calls you and you're in the middle of a meeting at your regular job and they're upset that you haven't gotten back to them. How do you handle those balances? How do you decide this person obviously has too much going on and needs to step away from the board, or we need to have a better, more practical expectation of people within the board balancing work life.
Yeah, I have a board that does that. So there's things that come up that aren't emergencies. So they have a policy that, you know what, you're gonna respond within 48 hours. That's nothing.
Much nicer than what I get
Right?
sometimes.
If there's an emergency, then the email goes out with urgent response required. And then, you know, people do the best that they can. But yeah, we all have lives, they're volunteers. And that's one thing general ownership forgets sometimes, is that as board members, you have lives and you're unpaid volunteers. So they can't expect you to jump to the gun every time they say, oh, I need whatever, right?
I'm selling, I need the information sheet right now.
Yeah. So, I mean, if you're managed, there's an expectation for that, and there should be. If you email me as an owner and says, you know what, I want to get a pet, can I please get the pet application? That should come to you that day. Right? You shouldn't have to wait weeks for that. Or overnight. I'm paid to do that stuff for you. But owners, if you're self-managed, I mean, again, God bless you, you're doing a very big job, but you're still a volunteer. So, and you have a life. So you have to educate your owners and maybe develop a board policy that says, if you're going to go on holidays, let the board know how long you'll be gone. Can we expect a response from you while you're on holidays? Sometimes you're totally gone and you don't have access to it. So then the board's not waiting. Well, is she going to respond or isn't she? So those internal board policies are good for that.
So the board policy you just mentioned, would that be one of the policies that all the owners know? Or would it be an internal, only the board knows?
The one that we have at this building, it's just for the board. I mean, it is in the handbook, but it's not like it's putting everybody, not publicized every so often, like some of the other policies where you've got your smoking, pet policy, parking policies. Those are reminder policies that we send out all the time. It would be a one-time, send it out, that's the board policy. So, any other questions? So nobody's got problems. Everybody's got a cohesive community. Cool. Where did you guys all come from? Is anybody dealing with bylaw rewrite right now? Well, there you go. How's it going?
Ours is way old, like 25 years, so it has to be majorly updated, and we're working on it.
Yeah.
Suggestions on how, like, is there a standard set that you could customize?
So, I get that question all the time. The answer is no. There's no standard set because, yes, there's no standard condominium. Yeah, you all have 4 walls and a ceiling, but you all have a different culture in your condominium, a different tone you want to set. So you have to really do that. If you are going to use one of the facilitators to help you rewrite your bylaws, that if yours are that old, they'll read them. You can tell them which pieces you like, which you don't, but they will give you a new one, and it will be from scratch, and it will encompass all of today's legislation. You can't tweak 25-year-old bylaws to bring it up. It just doesn't work. So that's, they probably have a base that they work off of, and then they'll present it specifically for your condo.
How often do you recommend bylaws be reviewed or changed?
Well, at least every time the legislation changes, you should be doing it. In between those times, there are smaller pieces of legislation that change. And you may need to update one bylaw. But if there is a major rewrite like there was in 2020, that would trigger a full rewrite. When we have, like, if the tribunal comes in, you may need to put some wording in your bylaws regarding that. If you never had the ability to fine before, you do need it in your bylaws now, that could be added as a standalone bylaw.
So your bylaws are pre-19, pardon me, we're 25 years old. You would recommend our board prior to our board, the previous two boards were working on rewriting, but it's all been put on the back burner.
And who's been writing them?
Well, they're still rewriting,
Who?
internally. They were
Yeah,
doing it internally.
don't do that.
Don't do that.
I'm gonna tell you right now, don't do that.
That's right. And
Unless,
so you're saying a facilitator would literally say, yeah, no, we're starting from scratch.
unless you have a condominium lawyer on your board that's doing it for you, don't do it.
Okay.
Don't do it at all. There are so many pieces in those bylaws that work together. When you get in front of when you get yourself in a mess and the judge is trying to figure out everything here for you, they will know within 3 minutes who wrote those bylaws. And they won't waste their time trying to figure out what you were trying to do. So just do yourself a favor, spend the money, reach out to one of the lawyers and have them provide you with. There's lawyers that will charge you anywhere from $5,000 up to 15 or 20. You just have to pick the right one that fits your scenario.
So the facilitator would be the lawyer?
Yeah.
Is that?
And some of them work with private facilitators that will come to the meetings with you and run through everything and explain the bylaws and then take it back to the lawyer, back and forth. And you should always have a town hall before you send it out for voting. Make sure that owners have a chance to review the draft and bring questions. And then you make the changes. You wanted to go pet friendly. Well, your ownership stood up and said, no, we want pets. And all of them said that. Well, obviously you're not going to pass those bylaws with that in it. You have to go back and change it.
Just don't have it.
Yeah.
I have one, I'm a condominium manager in Edmonton here, and recently I've had some corporations that have asked, well, when did we do our bylaws? Do you have any other bylaws you can show me that we can use? I said, absolutely not. That other corporation has paid the $8,000 for their bylaws. Yeah. So just make sure. I also had properties in Calgary. They had completed their bylaws and it was for townhouses, and they took somebody else's bylaws, and those bylaws were for a high rise. Oh, so you really want the lawyer, it's just spend the money, you can put it on your reserve fund plan. I think I'm right on that one, but you can take it out of your reserve. I think you can add it there. I'm not 100% sure. It's conflicting on what the lawyers say. But anyway, it's a big deal.
It is one of the best investments that you can make as a board is in a solid set of bylaws that you can actually work from.
Well, this is a huge relief to me, and because we haven't tried to.
We just did we're working on our bylaws. They were 2010, and they don't even make sense because the developer used them from another build that they had. And so we're starting from scratch. But we knew there's a few controversial things, so we did a survey just in the last few days. And what the board members were hoping would come across, that we would be able to change if we didn't get the majority indicating that they wanted that. So we're not going to be able to do those things, which is fine. At least we know. And so it was an education piece for other board members on how this actually works. But it was worth doing the survey.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, for sure. Any kind of legwork like that you can do ahead of time saves you, even before you engage the lawyer. If you've got these ideas, put them out in a survey before you engage them. That way you can go to them and say, well, we wanted this, but it's not going to fly. He won't waste his time putting it in for you.
Come back to bite you.
Is there a timeline on how long you can work on trying to change the bylaws? Because like we've been working since 2022 for ours. And so there's votes from 2022, and every time new owners come in, they're asking for those votes. But we still don't have that 75%.
That's a good question. There is no definitive timeline, but if it goes that long, legislation is changing again, and you're looking at rewriting again. So you really have to try your best. The one thing that we were instructed by the condo lawyers is that you put your voting copy out there with the ballot and say, please vote, deadline is December 1st. Well, now you've hogtied yourself. If you don't reach your vote by December 1st, you got to start all over. Because if December 1st comes and you still needed 5 votes, they didn't pass with the owners. Now in January, some of them come back from holidays and send you votes. Uh-oh, but you said December was, so you're gonna have the owners that don't like the bylaws, they're gonna say, you said it was a deadline. So you really don't wanna put those hard and fast deadlines, always use vote as soon as possible. So in a timely manner.
Voting in a meeting?
No, it can be, send them out, email them out to everybody and collect the ballots.
If my corporation has rules and policies that they follow, where are those recorded? Is that part of the bylaws? Is it separate from?
So they should have, any policies they have to be shared with the owners. There's a date that the board adopts it. There's a date that it's sent to the owners. And 30 days after deemed received, they're in effect. And all of that should be in the footer and tracked through every iteration that they make on a change to that policy.
And is that a legal document?
What are these three things?
So the date that the board adopts the policy, the date that you issued it to the owners, and the date that it's effective.
Which is 30 days.
30 days after it's deemed received. So, yeah, and then those are your policies. And the bylaws will empower you to make policies as a board. That being said, you can't fine for a policy, you know that, right? Yeah.
Hi. In our bylaws, we state that we're a pet restricted environment. Now people are wanting to sell their places and somebody that wants to buy has a pet. Is it in the act that we cannot refuse to have that pet come in?
No, that's your policy.
It's our bylaws stand.
Yeah, that would be a policy. And you have to.
So there's no human rights that can come back.
Oh, absolutely. If somebody comes to you and says, this is my service dog, like seeing eye dogs, you can't refuse them.
No.
Any kind of that. Where it gets tricky is the emotional support, because there isn't a lot of documentation in Alberta for those. You'll get people coming to you with, my doctor said I'll benefit from a puppy. Don't ever challenge it, because you'll lose every time. I'll tell you that right now. They come to you and say, he says I need a big snake. I don't know, or a giraffe, or a goat, or a squirrel, that's different.
Yeah.
If they're coming to you with a doctor's note saying, you know, my doctor, my therapist feels that I need this, I would say to you, suck it up. Because.
Well, we have had a couple come in because they bought and they didn't report it. So we've just kind of stated that they can't be on common property.
Yeah. Well, and okay, if they haven't requested or, gone through proper channels, that's different. You can challenge that. Now, if they come back to you as a rebuttal and says, it's a support animal. Well, you need to see the document. You have a right to see the documentation. And it may be, valid through some organization, or it might just be a doctor's note. But either one, you're treading on human rights. And if you get in front of that, the big bad condo board is never going to win against Mary, who needs emotional support from her budget.
Just add that you don't have to be a registered pet or a registered therapy pet to be
Not.
Sorry, I couldn't hear what he was asking.
He's asking if they don't have to be a registered therapy pet. Problem is, there isn't that robust registry for therapy pets right now. Seeing eye dogs and those kind of things, the seizure dogs, all those, yes, those have credentials. But your regular, we have the same question. Yeah.
Okay, so a question from the Zoom room here. Do we need permission from unit owners to spend the money to hire bylaw consultant? No. There you go, Karen. Thank you.
On the flip side, people who our condo bylaws are written that you must ask for board approval to get a pet. People who come to you and say, here's the name of my pet. They've already gone ahead with it. We're the big bad board. If we say, well, no, we are not approving that, what recourse do we have?
So what grounds are you not approving it on?
Size, barking. We have never not approved a pet, but we have had people who choose to let their cats live outside and come into other people's yards, and now other owners are complaining. So that's where it could potentially be an issue.
So to get ahead of that stuff, a pet responsibility agreement that lays out both the bylaws and the board's policy on how the expectations for pets, and have that published a few times a year. Make that part of the condo documents that go out when realtors request them. Your building has specific rules for that, and some properties have a pre-approval. So a buyer wants to buy in, and they know you have this approval process, but do you think Fifi would get approved? You can give them the form, they can send it in. Doesn't have to include everything from their vaccinations to a picture. Just, it's a Yorkshire Terrier, right? And the board can make that decision for them. Yeah.
Sorry, original question. You mentioned earlier that the act's changing again, or the legislation's changing. Is that soon, or it shouldn't hold up bylaw redos then?
No, I mean, right now, the condo lawyers in town, they're kind of hip to what's going on with that, with inside track. So they know what wording to put in. So you probably would capture what you need to.
We're just in the process of determining or vetting which company we're going to go with.
Yeah.
And then, if there's going to be big changes.
Yeah. Like an example was when 2020 happened, we knew there was going to be stuff in there about electronic meetings and voting. And so we were writing bylaws for that was kind of inserted, and it serves a purpose. So.
Can you just clarify the difference between bylaws and policies?
Mm-hmm.
So, for example, we're an RV resort. So our policies then would be our design guidelines and our procedures. Would that be a policy?
Mm-hmm.
So if there's an infraction, let's say parking, somebody parks in visitor parking for 3 months, that's in our policies, not our bylaws. So we have no recourse in terms of fining. Is that correct?
You can levy a fine.
Okay.
Collecting it though, you levy it and think, I hope you pay it, right? If it's a $50 fine, are you going to chase that in court? No.
No,
right?
Okay, so we get the big middle finger whenever we make fine. Okay. Just saying.
Public shaming, in a way that public shaming is effective sometimes.
Well, that's where the gossip comes in, right? So
Some properties will have cards they'll put on the windshield and track it, and just incessant letter, keep going at them.
Okay.
Right?
Great, fair enough. Thank you.
I have a question. Our bylaws are from 1992, the last time they were done. And I haven't found it in the Property Act or regulations anywhere about owners having to provide you with their information, when they move into their unit. So we request it and they just don't respond to us. How do we? The only thing I found in the Property Act is something along the lines of us, what we can do to manage the office or the board or the complex.
Mm-hmm.
But there's nothing specific saying you have to give us your information.
So their information is found on their title. You can pull that, and you will get their name and their mailing address, their official mailing address. So you'll have that.
Okay. When it gets caught up.
She's talking owners. So if they're renters, there is legislation in the Act that says they have to give you a notice to rent within 20 days, tell you who's renting. Right. And if you so desire, pay a rental deposit.
Right. Okay. So just the title.
Owners can be, when there's a transition, not often will their name be disclosed to you. You can ask the lawyer or the realtor. Sometimes they'll say, and sometimes, especially the lawyers, will be like, that's private information. I'll say that.
Yeah.
But the realtors sometimes will.
Okay.
Help you out with a phone number and email. Okay. But when the title comes registered, that's your obligation, is that address on title.
Okay. Okay.
As a follow-up to that, we have a situation where we have a new owner and we know as a company, they're already over $1,000 in arrears. They're just not contacting us, period. So we have the information from the titles. We've sent the communication to that address on the titles. We haven't heard anything.
Yeah.
Am I correct in thinking we should immediately involve legal because this is ridiculous?
Document the communication you sent, where you sent it. And then it goes unanswered. Have you knocked on their door? Have you?
There's nobody living there.
There's nobody living
Yeah.
there. Okay, so yeah, take all that documentation, your ledger, so the day they were first due, all the interest you're applying, and send it off to one of the condo lawyers, and they will chase it for you. And so they'll first send a demand letter, depending which one you use. They'll send a, hey, what up letter.
Yeah.
Then they'll send a demand letter, they'll reach out to the bank, and if need be, then they go to the next course.
It's also up to the owner to make sure that they register any change in address. We had a situation where someone didn't respond for 4 years. We took them to court, found out that wasn't the right address, the mailing address to where we were sending things. And there was 37 letters in their mailbox.
Yeah.
They never opened.
Yeah, so when you buy a condo, they're gonna ask you what's your mailing address. Now, if you were living in your mom's house, that might end up as your mailing address. When you get your title, review it and make sure. Now, if you have the correct address and now you decide you're moving to Vancouver and you're gonna rent the place out, make sure you go to land titles and change your address on the title to your Vancouver address now, so that people can properly get in touch with you. In case you move several times in Vancouver and forget to tell the management company or the condo board your new address every time.
How is a board notified if legislation changes?
TCI does an awesome job. Yeah.
Sign up for our newsletter.
Yeah.
Okay, so if we sign up, but other than, did you change anything? No, okay, thanks. Next week, did you change anything? No, okay. That's kind of an exaggeration. How do you know if you don't know?
Stay invested, stay aware, and listen to it'll be in the news, it'll be, TCI blasts out more information than you probably want sometimes.
Okay.
It's true. Yeah, so if the obligation is on the board to stay on top of these things. If you're self-managed and you don't belong to TCI and you're living in a hole in South Edmonton somewhere, yeah, you're gonna fall behind and you're not gonna know what's going on. So reach out to self-managed just to get you on board, not because we want a membership fee from you, but we want to help people understand all these things that are happening.
Talking about lawyers and everything, I'm just curious from your perspective and from other people around here, what the general turnaround time is. We're really struggling with our corporate lawyer. We want to find a new one. They will sometimes take weeks to get back to us. And if it's time sensitive, that just doesn't work for us. And so I'm wondering if our expectations are too high or if we need to, what we should be looking for in times of a general turnaround. For example, questions of if the condo board responsible versus an owner, where it's sensitive because the work needs to be done.
Yeah, those, I mean, it is, they are a very busy group of people. You talk about expectations and that probably is part of it. But I have found that, you know, when I get super busy at certain times of the month and I'm doing all my meeting follow-up, I gotta have sticky notes everywhere reminding me. I'm that sticky note. Sometimes I'm poking and saying, just sending, hey, you didn't answer me yet. I need an answer, I need an answer. So squeaky wheel. I mean, it's not that they're not responding to you because they don't want to. It's just, it's the workload. Like, condominium is very complex. So the few issues that are coming here, imagine a lawyer's job. He gets to work on Monday morning and he's got 25 emails with questions like that, right? It takes time to get through this.
Yeah, I find that some lawyers specialize in condominium work, and they're the ones that you need to go to. If you go to the sort of regular ones, it can take a lot longer than those ones because they're going to go to a specialist and then come back to you. So to get somebody that's actually doing the condo thing right from the get-go And there's a few of them advertise that as the best option for those type of lawyers.
Yeah, you don't want to go to a podiatrist to have a baby. You don't want to go to a criminal lawyer for condo issues and that sort of stuff, right? So pick your lawyers properly. Yeah.
We have a lawyer that was really good doing our bylaws with us, and we had some other questions on the side. And at first, I think she was putting it in the bylaws folder, but now she's set up new folders for specific issues that she's doing, and she responds to those quite quickly.
Yeah.
So maybe it's the way she sets up her office.
Yeah.
We need her.
Yeah. Well, I mean, it doesn't hurt to send an email saying, here we are, we've got these questions, it's been this much time, could we have a conversation about what our expectations should be? And then you're being respectful, not saying, where are you? Right? Yeah. Anything else, you guys? What's another fun one, Sandy? So do you guys all know whether you're a conventional or a Bearland condo? You know how to tell the difference? How? So when you look at your condo plan.
Responsibilities and expectations.
Yeah. When you look at your condo plan, if all you see on your condo plan for units is the 4 pegs in the ground, you're bare land, or a version of it. If you see the outline of your units, like that one there, you're a conventional condominium. Some people get mixed up and they have a misnomer that if it's a townhouse, it's got to be a bare land. Not always. And then there's different versions of bare land. So it gets very complex. But there too.
Are you able to change your designation once it's been made, and is it reasonable to do so?
Money can do a lot of things. Yeah. Be a lot of money, because you would have to dissolve that condo. You would have to resurvey it, re-register it. And I've heard, I've never done one, but I've heard from lawyers that if you're going to do that, and the judge is going to look at it and stamp it, going to ask the question, why? You have to have a pretty good reason why you're doing it.
You can't just say cost.
Well, you're going to have to
AKA, we gotta pay for, everybody else gets snow removal, you don't as a Bearland.
First of all, you'd have to have a special resolution of your owner. So if you were conventional and you want to stop paying for anything to do with the buildings, the siding, the roofs, the windows, and you want to only shovel the common roadway, you want to make them shovel their driveways, you'd have to have buy-in from the owners to make that change. So that's your first hurdle, 75%. Then you have to go through the rest of the processes. So think long and hard, because it's a lot of money. Yeah. Same thing with unit factors. Okay.
Sorry.
I have a property. Most times unit factors is tied to some sort of square footage. Not everything, but I have a property where 15 floors down here, these people have all the same access to the amenities. So these people have a unit factor of, let's say, 100, and it goes up as the floors go up. So the top floors are paying over $1,000 in condo fees, and these guys are paying less than 300. But to change that now, we'd need buy-in from everybody to change it. So these guys would be like, yahoo, let's bring our condo fees down. But these guys going up, they'll never achieve it. You got to consider those things.
Darcy, I do have a Zoom question. Well, there's 2 actually. One is just if you could offer some advice around how often boards should meet, knowing that there's lots of variety in that, maybe give some different perspectives. And the second question is there any way to guesstimate the amount of Bearland condos in the province?
First question, monthly is a good basis. However, if you are an established condo and you don't have a capital project before you or anything major, I do have boards that stretch it out to 6 weeks, sometimes 8 weeks. A lot of times they will take summers off, as long as there isn't something critical going on, like budget time. depending when it is. You can't be taking time off from board meetings at that point, and those sorts of things. Meeting more than monthly is excessive, really excessive. I don't think anybody would like to do it.
We're excessive, we meet weekly.
Okay, well, we have a unicorn in the room. But yeah, and as far as, what was the other question?
It was around how many bare land condos there are in the province.
Good question. It's, could be found out. I mean, you just need to look at every condo plan. I don't know that that is even something Rika deals with. No, they'll deal with how many are self-managed versus managed. Yeah, I don't know.
Do you know what that is? Just curious.
Yeah. No, do we? What was the last? No, they gave us data on management companies and that sort of thing. I don't believe Rika's ever published self versus.
No, I've never seen that.
No, I don't think so.
No, I don't.
But they would probably be the place to check.
They would know, yeah. Yeah, they would probably know, yeah.
I haven't, on the point of changing the original plan, when we were first built, we were bare land condos, but we, one form of it, like all the outside stuff is taken care of, we just had new roofs done and everything. And one section was supposed to be built. The developer sold, decided not to build, so they sold it to one of the large, well-known companies in Edmonton, and they built a seniors with assisted living, you know, that sort of thing. We're all still one plan. They have 88%, we have 12. Now we've tried to separate. We're looking to try to separate them because we're not run the same. They're not even a condo. And so, but the city has told us because we have shared utilities, we can't separate. So we have a real issue with this 5-story building that is a senior's place not being run as a condo, whereas we are a form of a bare land. Any advice?
Have you spoken with a lawyer?
Oh, yes. He was not very helpful at all and was a specialist in condo.
Oh dear.
And I'm not going to share the names of anybody, but we've had some real issues. So, and we're just concerned. We're 25 years old. The building next door is not quite that old, probably 20, but they're not even running as a condo. But we're all in the same plan. We're trying to figure out how we can run ours. So technically, we're supposed to have 7 people on the board. They have 5. We have 2. And we have been running independently by ourselves with 2 board members. We're never invited to their meetings or anything like that, but we have a committee. So there's 2 board members and then 3 more people on a committee, which I happen to be one of those committee members, that we make all the decisions for our own 23 units.
Do you run with 2 separate reserve funds?
We have no idea what they're not even running as a condo. We don't have any idea how they're run.
Well, I would reach out to a different opinion. I mean, I'm not a lawyer, but
$9,000 to say when, we don't know anything. So, yeah.
Well, okay, that wouldn't be an answer you'd get from a condo lawyer. So I would reach out to a different one.
Yeah, okay. Yeah.
Has anybody done a reserve fund study lately?
Yep. Yeah.
Wasn't that fun? So there's a lot of you that are doing them right now. It's a little bit of shock and awe at the prices and the amount of money that they're recommending you boost your contributions. Yeah, and that's, you know, a result of the pandemic. Prices went up and they really haven't come down. You're still seeing now with the tariffs. Yeah, feel for you.
So sorry, just going back to that, you asked about their reserve fund. Do we have any right as being part of the 10,000 units or whatever we are to know how they're running?
Well, if you're one condo plan, then you should have one reserve fund.
Okay, we don't.
So you're gonna need to get somebody to delve into that.
Okay.
I know you can have shared utility agreements in condos. I have one. It's 5 corps in one area. And they range, there's 2 apartments and then 3 townhouse styles. And within those three, there's conventional and bare land, and then the apartments. So it's, but they are 5 different corporations, but they do share underground services, obviously. They have a shared utility agreement that they operate with.
Is there any like bylaws you can include of how much you can increase condo fees per year? Like a certain percentage max, or is it just up to?
Sky is the limit. Yeah, you don't, it's whatever the budget dictates, whatever the board comes up with. Owners would like to see a cap saying 2% a year. But in years like right now, not gonna cut it.
Do condo fees have to consistently be a percentage increase, or can it be a flat rate?
You have to, it's based on your budget and your unit factors, and you should never round them to the penny. So you
like we've had one that they decided to do in the past, a flat rate to try and even out the condo fees for all the owners. Is there a way that we can correct that now?
You can always do better going forward. At budget time, I would do it for sure. Say this is how we're allocating it now by unit factor. Unless your bylaws provide for another method. I have one that does have a funky formula. They're new to me and I'm just figuring out what they're doing. But they end up not calculating solely by unit factor. They've upcharged a certain percent or certain units. I don't know for what reason, by $30 a month. So I still have to get into that one, but the bylaws do allow it, so they can do it. Another one that when it was originally developed, the unit factors, the owners felt they were wrong. And the bylaws did say allocated by unit factor or by whatever other means the board requires or deems necessary. So then they were able to scrap those unit factors, redo them, and put that schedule in the bylaws. So now when documents go out and they look at the unit factors on the condo plan, document reviewers are all confused. I have to refer them to the bylaw. They have a schedule in there. They rejig their unit factors to be more conducive to what they felt was fair. So as long as it's in your bylaws, you can do it another way. If not, strictly by unit factor.
Is that an exception to when you're looking at the hierarchy, the act supersedes bylaws? So how does that work? Like if you've taken.
Well, if you read the act, it says kind of the same thing.
Okay.
A unit factor or as deemed.
Okay.
Okay, so we'll stop at 11:45. We've got 10 more minutes. Somebody has to have something really juicy to talk about.
We are since 75 for bylaws. Never been up here.
Ladies.
We're just new on the board.
Okay, so are you attempting to do it?
It's gonna be brought up at our next meeting. This is what we're doing.
The rewrite will give you the power to do.
1975.
Oh, I've had those.
Don't fall over.
We're not the only ones.
Yours are probably ones that say you cannot be insane.
We'll let you know.
Yeah. Yeah.
I have, talking about reserve fund studies, we had ours done in October, November last year, and I wasn't on the board at the time. They released
And see what response you get that way. You can log that knowledge 5 years from now, 4 years from now, and do better next time.
Should I reach out to the company that did the reserve fund study?
Yeah, you can try that, yep. So when you get your reserve fund study, you get quotes, you hire your provider, they come out, do the site work, you do draft. At that point, your work as a board begins, and mine as a manager. You go through it page by page and make sure If they've got quantities of roof vents or quantities of something in it, make sure it's right. Make sure that what they've taken pictures of is right. One of the pitfalls I see is if you've got a condo that uses the same guy year after year, there's a lot of cut and paste. And if you've upgraded things over years, that old picture ends up still in it. It's a big red flag. If you've got a high rise and it's got pictures of your old boiler, and you know you updated it 5-6 years ago, that's a red flag. It never hurts to get fresh eyes on your property. It forces them to get current data and information from your building to put in it. But your job is then to go through it, ask questions. They are going to put a schedule on it, say, okay, your boiler is this age, it should last this long. I think you should replace it in the next 2 years. Maybe you have been super diligent and you've had a maintenance company maintaining it all these years. You know you've rebuilt X, Y, and Z in it. And their opinion is, oh, you should be good for another 10 because we just replaced this component in it. You can tell your reserve fund planner that information and then they can reasonably push it out a little bit more for you. But you need to document that stuff, and when it's finalized, you keep it, whether it's digital or paper, and you make notes every time you do a project. Say, I replaced this recirculation pump, or we rebuilt this, or we did that. We've elected to do this differently, and that's why we're not spending $100,000, we spent $45,000. There's repair and extend philosophies rather than just rip and replace, right? Asphalt is a good one. It'll say it's 50 years old, you need to replace it tomorrow. Maybe you've done seal coating and crack sealing diligently and it's not in bad shape. There's no alligatoring of it, there's nothing. And you can push that out. As long as you have a good reason and you can document why you've pushed it, it's not necessarily deferred, you're just adjusting when you're gonna do it. You're still gonna collect for it, but you're not gonna do it this year. Another question?
Yeah, there's two here on the Zoom. One is, again, around timing. So how often should a board do a complete overhaul of their bylaws if that's ever really necessary?
Absolutely necessary.
There you go.
So we have 1975 over here.
1992.
1992. If you haven't done them since 2020, you need to do it right away. Because that was the last biggest change. And there's been little ones in between, and there's going to be some more coming. So I would get on it now and do it. Like we had this question earlier. Anytime there's a major rewrite of the act, that's when you should be doing it. And you could update individual bylaws as little pieces of legislation change.
Sweet, thank you. On behalf of the question asker, there's also something here that apparently is very juicy. Our bylaws are 40 years old and 90% of the unit owners have run amok with the bylaws. We are bare land, 90% have developed past their property pin. How do we correct that once the new bylaws are developed? Sounds like it is juicy, isn't it?
Yes. Oh, have fun. No, that's what happens when there is little, not great leadership and your bylaws lapse like that. And there's one thing to change your bylaws in these older properties, but then the education tool for the owners, because it's great to write them and send them out once. How many of them do you think are actually going to read them? So if you've got something like this and it's all like shock and awe and new stuff for them, I would typically send out blurbs every couple of months and say, well, here's the latest that we changed. Did you know this is what you have to do?
And when they build over their property line, if the unit sells, does it not become now grandfathered in?
No. So if they've developed over their property line, you need to make notations on their files for disclosure when the unit sells, and that will be something that they have to correct at time of sale, or the new owner assumes the problem. So if you have some of those, it would be good to put in writing some directives on what they need to do to correct it now. Because if they pass on and the family is left with it, the family is left with the problem.
And Fairlawn condominium, they were responsible for the exterior fence. And there was 19 owners that added gates without permission. So they wanted gates in the back because they were facing the exterior of the property, and so they wouldn't fix them. And, you know, we give them a warning to fix them, so we added to the information statement, and that was one way to get around that, to just let the next owner know that gate is going to be removed and we'll replace the fence next, and you're not allowed to add it in. So that was just keeping that's part of management, and that's that was helpful.
As manager, you have to be on top of all of these little idiosyncrasies that they've done and make sure you disclose it, whether it's something minor like he added on 10 feet to his deck and the board, you know, the bylaws say now he's responsible for that 10 feet. They need to know that. Or he's put a solar tube in the ceiling and that's an upgrade, and it's the owner's responsibility for the tube and any roofing issues and leaking as a result of it. That all needs to be disclosed.
Which brings us to the SIUD.
Yeah.
But Bearlands don't have. Yeah, but we're a form of a Bearland. We still do the exterior.
Yeah. So you have one.
One, an SIUD.
Yeah.
I'm told that it's woefully out of date.
Well, it's only been legal since 2020, so it can't be woefully out of date.
Well, that's what I've been told.
It's only out of.
I'm only relaying what I've been told.
So it's the standard insurable unit description. So how would your standard have changed?
Well,
years.
For example, we have had an issue where somebody had a softener put in, a water softener put in on the main level, which is not a good idea in the first place, and it leaked. And so our SIUD apparently was not clear enough or something that we have arguments between the two insurance companies, ours and theirs.
Who wrote your SIUD? The board?
Yeah. I have no idea.
If anybody's arguing over it, probably it was a South job.
Darcy, just do the hand signal for the camera there, or bring it down a little bit. It got confused. There it is, there's your face. Did it.
Yeah. So anytime insurance professionals and people are quibbling over writing, and this is where I mean, you do your own writing of these things, it's not clear enough. And then you get these fights. So
Who should be doing it?
Appraisers do them. There are cost consultants that will do SIUDs. Whoever does your appraisal probably offers it as well. And everybody's doing their insurance appraisals, correct?
Every year.
Every year?
Every year.
Our insurance company said that the appraisal was good for 2 years. Like, we got a new one and they said we were relying upon last year's appraisal, so we, okay, good to know, thank you.
So you should be in a 3-year cycle. So whoever does your appraisal will give you a full appraisal.
Right.
And then 2 desk updates in the following years.
Okay.
Okay.
All right.
Don't rely on one that's 2 years old. Get the desk up, get the update. And those updates are generally free. You might pay for like a walk-up $700 for an appraisal. And then you get the next 2 years free, but you get a letter that says it's increased by this much.
Okay.
That letter has to go to your insurance.
And you want to get that appraisal?
Just for learning purposes. So whenever there is a sale of a house, they do property inspection, right? So is that the same in the case of a sale of a condo unit?
It should be, yeah. If you're doing their due diligence, they should have an inspector, yeah. Especially in older ones, they want to look for aluminum wiring.
Yes.
All that kind of stuff, yeah.
Thank you.
Asbestos. It's really.
Our Zoom room is curious about this room and how many people are Bearland condos. You want to show hands or? So that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
And I manage 2.
And you manage 2, so 7.
And you manage a couple as well, don't you? You manage 3 and you manage 2, yeah.
Yeah. Thank you.
Did a Google search and Dr. Google says there is no public information about how many there are in Alberta, but there's 8,000 condo units in the province currently.
Maybe even more. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
And there's a shortage of condo managers. Yes. Yes.
There's one more question online as well. We got space for it. What is the type of insurance that protects against wildfires? And I know we're talking about insurance a little later, but yeah. So asking about that, and is that something new in Alberta?
Not
Insurance
new.
for wildfires?
No, you've always had fire coverage, and that's your all perils. So you've got your property and your all perils deductible is your fire, but some of the condo-specific insurance companies are adding in a top-up to your appraised value. So let's say you're appraised at 10 million. They will add a 30% top-up for fire based on Jasper. They found that properties there that were properly appraised, they found them underinsured once the event happened, and they're trying to piece it back together. So it comes in at almost a zero extra premium, but they're offering the coverage. So again, go to condo-specific places for your information. There's a lot of insurance companies out there that pretend to sell condo insurance. Very dicey. Like, you want to go to one that has really got their finger on the pulse. But wildfire, if you're in a remote area, absolutely go to the Hub, the VFL. They will be able to respond to you with more enhanced coverage for wildfire.
So our lunch is going to be, oh, we got one more question.
Just a quick question. You just mentioned there's a shortage of condo managers. What's the path of least resistance to become one?
So this course and the two subsequent ones is a good footing to get to condo knowledge. And then it requires you to take two courses. One is their general fundamentals, which of real estate, all of their disciplines take it. And then there's the practice of condo management. That one is based on education provided by a couple of sources, and on their website they'll tell you where they are. SACMAC being one. And then you have to pass both those exams.
I'm just thinking, looking at changing careers once I retire and that sort of thing. Moving to Calgary, that area.
Yeah, look into it. This isn't, I mean, the courses that for the RECA exams, they tweaked them a little, but in the beginning when we all had to do this, they didn't really correlate. Sandy and I had enough experience that it wasn't much of a problem for us, but new people coming in, they'd take the course material and then the exam was like, what? It's totally different. So it's challenging, but yeah, go for it. Good job. Yeah.
Does the CCI rate condo management companies? I know, let's say we were considering different ones. Let's say we were, can we kind of know which ones are rated, or would we just go ask Dr. Google?
Yeah, pretty much. I mean, word of mouth, I find. I mean, Google, we all know, Google is like, oh my Lord, all kinds of stuff ends up on Google. Yeah. If you're looking for a new management company, I would reach out to other similar properties to you and ask for their experience and what their recommendations are.
But even then, it'll depend on the particular community manager that you get.
Yeah.
Right, but there should be standards.
When you're interviewing, you make your call and say, we're looking, are you interested in our property? They'll say, you know, give them the timeline, when you want the turnover, all of this, your end. This all dictates whether or not we can fit it into our portfolio. Interviews, right? And you can ask for the broker or the company, and please bring along the manager that you would be assigning if you'd like to meet them. That sort of thing.
And check for workload.
All right, folks, we are just gonna, there'll be lots of time for more questions and discussion, I know that. But the catering is about to come in and do a little switch over and bring in our lunches. Everything should be ready for eating at noon, but if you want to take 10 minutes now to do what you need to, bio breaks, what have you, please do. And then lunch will be out and served at noon.
Yeah, any questions? Sandy and I are here, and Dawn in the corner. I think she's going to be doing CM200
Yeah, did CM100.
in November, so you can ask us questions.
Well, style you choose for management. Thank you. I think we have everything rolling now. Confirmed. So there's many styles of management available to corporations. So these are just kind of the things we're going to talk about. Policies, setting them up for management roles, working with the board, reasons for and the processes for assessing management needs, and your style, how you can affect change to the management style, so based on self-management, partial management, full management services. It is a major undertaking to get the style that works best for your complex. So you need to know what you want and how the current board can work and doesn't work for your complex. And if your bylaws say something, I guess you might want to just check that to see how that should roll. So we'll kind of confirm roles of the board. Your policy-making role, you cannot delegate this. The board does that. Your condo manager may assist with that. Well, they can assist you, but it's your job, it's your role. You can delegate to your management to follow up with those decisions and breaches. But basically the board sets the framework for your daily operations. And also keep in mind when you're doing policies and rules that they need to be fair and reasonable in keeping with the act, and that you can enforce them. You don't want to set up something that, how are you going to enforce it? That should be kind of one of your questions when you're talking about rules. So we have different management styles here. So no matter what style you choose, it needs to have a strong and trusting relationship. Very important. Self-management, we'll talk about a little bit. So self-management, you do everything. You gotta collect those condo fees. You gotta follow up with arrears, file KVAs, register land titles, all your documents. You have to enforce bylaws. That means you're doing breach letters or letters just to document a conversation you had in the hallway, as we've talked before. It depends on your board members, who's going to take that responsibility. Again, as Darcy had said before, I just want to be a director. Well, give them director of maintenance, director of following up with policies, that sort of thing. That's a really good thing because it gives them a little feel a little more need and responsible for, rather than just being a director. People think, I'll just be a director, that they don't need to do anything. Just say, yeah, okay. You really want board members that actually participate and work with the system. And you also, as self-management, you got to deal with emergencies. You get those 24-hour calls. I guess if it's townhouses, not so much the HVAC and the boiler leaking or those things, but you still get those emergency calls. Keep that in mind. And then you have to document. You got to make sure you document your minutes. Be certain that all owners receive a copy of those approved minutes. Very important. And then, of course, you have to do financials. So monthly financials. Make sure they're timely. Make sure they're timely. Then you have on-site employee, where, so you have just a big apartment block, and you just hire out, so you maybe still are self-managed, and so you're going to piece it out, so you have an on-site employee. So they would maybe do deals with parking, pets, different things, right? If it's a large building, you have the money to do that. They need to meet contractors on site when the contractor forgets their keys. Various styles around that of like what your needs of the complex might be. So you're just gonna save some money, you're not gonna get full management, you're just gonna get somebody to help out for the things, because you've got a job, you know, and so you can't be there on site, but so you hire someone that is maybe retired, is gonna kind of oversee that. Then you have fee for service management. So maybe you've got a good working board, but you don't have anybody with accounting, you know, experience. And so then maybe they'll put it on QuickBooks or however whatever software they might use, and they'll do your finances for you. They'll send the board the monthly financials, and then you go from there. They maybe arrange the auditing. So that's another way. I have found that actually a lot of small buildings, maybe because it's not budgeted for, they will just do a piece it out. So financials. Eventually, when they see how piecing things out and it's really good, then they usually end up planning to do full service, because the board gets tired after a while if you don't have a nice turnover of board members and volunteers coming in. Then there's full service management. So the board is still in charge. Very important. The board is the boss, and the condo manager does the work. So the board needs to delegate. And I think the other one on the board is just inheriting the style from a previous board or development. So one of the comments I have around the developer is they probably don't have a style. They just made a plan and they're going to sell and then they're gone. So not sure kind of where everybody fits there, but we'll talk a bit more about these individual ones. So just in assessing management needs. So what do you need help with? I guess say we're starting at self-management. So what do you need help with? How many self-managed? I think almost everyone is self-managed here, right? Majority is self-managed, right? So you decide now, okay, we're all done. We don't want to volunteer our time anymore. So you're going to start looking maybe for a management company. So you need to decide what do you need? What kind of help do you need? Are you looking for like a firm style? Are you looking for a friendly kind of nature? You just kind of have to assess that before you start looking. You probably need to, I guess the board needs to be on the same page. You probably want to plan to kind of have some policies that kind of, as we talked about, board policies of how you're going to roll things. Have those conversations even before you kind of start the interviewing process. So you'll get a proposal, and you want to probably send a tender out so that they all come back the same. Everybody does have their own proposals, their template or however it goes, but then you can put in an Excel spreadsheet just of how to compare your companies. So I think about page 84 or thereabouts is in your manual. So you want to know what is the task. So these are things that you got to kind of to assess what you actually need. So what task is it? Who currently does it in your board? What's the time required to do it? What's the cost? Are there any problems or complaints regarding the performance of that function? Do you need to make any changes? And so who? Knowledge or expertise required to perform the function. What should it be grouped with? And what are the benefits of the current style of management? So that's a lot of words. You just got to think about what do you need? What do you need from a condo manager, a company? If you're self-managed, you need to budget. First of all, that's the very first thing you do. You decide, okay, we don't have enough people coming and going, and this board has been managing it for 10 years, and they're retired, maybe moved, different things like that. And now you have to plan for having the funds in there, because currently it's volunteer, there's no cost. So you need to budget for that. So I always kind of 5 things in my office. Why? what, when, who, and how. And everything you send out, and every quote, and every scope of work, all of those questions in every email response, if you answer all those questions, you want that all to be inside that little package. You've covered it, everything, it'll save on questions, 3 other emails, that sort of thing. So just when you're looking to see what your needs are, just throw those questions out and fill in the blanks. So when you're sending out a request for proposal, you want to set some deadlines. So you've got a timeline when it comes in. Right? Can everybody meet it? No. You might have some people that are, some condo managers that are just busy and can't meet that timeline. Always keep in mind that probably the condo manager, the broker, is probably going to check out you as well. So it kind of is a two-way thing. Not all managers just take whoever comes in if they get the price, right? Get the quote, get the proposal. So you need to provide enough information to inform the candidate the service needed. Some managers are better with high rises. Some are better with townhouses. So what's your complex? What kind of time would you expect them to put in? You just got to lay those things out in a request for proposal, or certainly if it's not in there, in your interview time. And what are the extra costs? In every contract and proposal, you've got extra costs. So mail out, land title fees, admin, checks, that sort of thing. There's always a big list. Yes.
Yeah, so if we've got a full service management, what would that sort of cover? If somebody's got a noise issue with a neighbour, should they go to the management company, the board, or should they do the keys and maybe issue the fobs and not issue the fobs? Do they go to the management company? Where does that change?
Yeah, for me, if you've got full service, those things should go to the management company. And depending on the building, how it is, that will be arranged that maybe there is someone on site that does the fobs, right? But that shouldn't go to the board.
Yeah, so that should, so if somebody has a complaint within the building, you've got full service, their first point of call would be to that management company.
That would be my take.
Okay.
Best practice, I think. That's what you're paying for.
Right.
Unless it's not in your contract, I'll just say that.
No.
But for the most part,
why would
that's
you have
generally.
full service if it was?
Exactly, that's right, for sure. I would say that's part of it. Yeah. One thing that also a company that's looking at to perhaps send out a request for proposal, they will actually look at kind of the state of your building, what kind of money you have, what have you done, have you not done anything for a long time, does it need a lot of care? Those are all considerations that you'll come up with. Again, I said the money, and have you updated the reserve fund study? Do you have a plan in place? So you just need to be prepared for those kind of questions coming back as well. So let's see, okay. Develop specifications. So like again, what do you need for your complex? And prepare that Excel sheet, a comparison grid, set deadlines. And I think it was brought up earlier in Darcy's kind of questions is to the network, who should you ask? Who should you check out? Again, referral is the best. Talk to your neighbor across the table. Who do you use? Are you happy if you're considering looking? Go to CCI events. You do go back and forth. People chat. These are good times to network with other condo board directors. Conduct interviews. You know, Zooms are really a thing now. I'm not into interviews by Zoom. You can't really tell what I'm really like, right? So decide how you want to do that. Zoom's really handy. It's great for meetings. It is. All the time? No. Older people don't like Zoom, so you meet in person. So again, have a plan of how you do things. I have some boards that actually, some people like, some are younger, some are older, so we meet Zoom this month, in person next month. So make a plan of what works for best for your board. Draw up a contract, and I think all managers will have their own contract. If you want to read it carefully, know the fine lines, ask questions. Will other companies, will they put other little lines in there for you? Maybe, maybe not, it depends. I don't like to change my contract because it's some fine line and you're not used to it in there and it could get missed. So again, you'd have to just talk that one through, but you also want to be sure to read carefully what the out clause is. That's really important too, because sometimes you figure. I'll just say that for a minute. Because I have it down here, I know, so. So you've reached out to people that you were interested in, you've got proposals back from your candidates, and then plan your interview process. Have a checklist. One point of contact in interview is good, but if everybody's got questions and they do come up as you go along in the interview process, and then make your decision, and then be sure to go back to the candidates and say, hey, thanks for coming out, but we didn't pick you. Say it really nice. But you still want to thank them because it does take a little bit of time to put a proposal together. You might want to ask too in that, did they look at the property before they had the interview, or did they just Google? That might give an indication of kind of what they might be like to work with. Okay. Any questions around that before I kind of step into?
Good question.
Yes.
Are management companies typically available for consult, or do you have to hire them as a contract?
Well, I've done both. I mean, I have one that is an ongoing, they call me questions here and there, so.
And then how do you bill them accordingly? How does that work?
Hourly, yeah. Time spent.
I've just consulted, but I haven't had an ongoing one, which if it was ongoing, you would definitely do hourly. Anything else around that? And so if you're maybe thinking of so you're full service now, you're maybe not happy with your condo manager. And as a condo manager, I speak from the heart. It's like, if you've got an issue that you're not happy with, like the board are not happy with the condo manager, if you don't let that manager know, hey, this isn't working for us, we're never gonna know. So it's important that you lay those things out. Say, hey, I don't like how this is rolling. How come this is on the agenda for the 4th month? There might be a valid reason, there might not be, right? But you make sure you have communication with that person, or else they're not gonna know. Because it's costly to do a transition. You wanna work your best through, make sure that, okay, they're not fitting for us. Maybe you didn't recognize the style. Maybe you inherited the condo manager, you're a new board, and it's just not working with the new board, right? Maybe it was with the other ones, maybe it wasn't either, but nobody noticed. So those are just really important things to just speak out, communication. You actually have to have a trusting relationship with the board and the condo manager. Don't have to be best friends, but you totally have to be able to trust each other to get a good working relationship. It's how a board gives direction to a condo manager is how efficient we can be. If you just hold the strings and don't let us go, micromanage, you'll wonder why it's done. Well, it's because you had that rope pulled too tight. You didn't give the okay. Oh, didn't we? No. So it's really important to have close communication with your manager. Okay, next comments. Yeah, I think we're okay. Next one. Yeah, I think so. Oh no, sorry. You're right. Ellen elements of a management agreement. So things just to verify when you're checking your contract, your current contract. You don't need to make any changes, just your current contract. Maybe you're a new board member and you haven't even seen a contract. Contract says 6 meetings in a year, and you're asking for the 9th, and you're wondering why there might be an extra cost. So make sure you read the contract. That's if you're just stepping in between contract times, between budget time, right? Review it. Check the extras on the contract. Are they reasonable? Check signing. There's a cost to drop off and pick up checks. Is it reasonable? Is the board going to come halfway? I had that in mind, $75. It's a trip to the West End or wherever it is. But if the board member drops it off and we pick it up, no cost. So it's a working relationship, really important. That's how you get a condo manager to, I think, work well with the board, is you just got to work together. Team. It's a team. Extra charges, that. Records, so who keeps them and who owns them? And what is the cost for copies? So we keep the records as condo manager, but they're the corporations. We don't own them. If you decide you're terminating or making a change, doing something different, we have 30 days to get you all your documents. And those are the rules. That's RECA legislation. It has to happen. For a management agreement, you want to also check your contract. Does it automatically renew? Does it go month to month? Does it renew for 1 year or 2 years? So just make sure you know what that looks like, so you're not stuck in something that you've done your due diligence, you've done all you can to work with this new manager, and they're just not listening. Maybe their workload is too big. Maybe they don't have an assistant. There's all kinds of reasons why. Or maybe they should be in a different industry. That happens too, right? Yes.
Yeah, so we've got self-management, full service, professional management, and then there's this alternative management style. Is that some sort of part-time way of doing it or something like that? Or what is alternative management?
Part-time.
Some do
got a
that,
mix.
they'll do,
Sorry?
some will do part-time, like what's that? Is that a
Well,
contract
so
that is
I've got a couple complexes, we just do financials. I've got a couple, we just do maintenance.
Right.
So so with the one with maintenance, the maintenance guy kind of retired. He's too old now. He doesn't want to do those things. So they hired that piece out. But they've still got someone that's on the board that's an accountant. So they're still doing that.
Okay.
So we attend meetings and get the action list and we just action it. So we don't correspond with the owners at all. We don't do breaches, just do that piece.
And that's reflected in your costs?
Yes. Yes.
So where the duties lie.
That's right.
And what we can do and what you can do.
That's right.
Yeah.
So you have quite a few, and I'm going to say smaller. These ones are 40 and 50. And I guess there's active volunteers that are still interested in keeping the costs down and are just really interested in making it a good place to live. So they just piece it out. It works. Totally works. Yes.
So you spoke about how the board is always the boss.
Yes.
We are a self-managed board, and honestly, over the 20 years that I've lived in my condo, there's been a negative perception about property management companies because we had one right next to us that moved over to a professional one and immediately put out a $45,000 special assessment, and because they wanted to do everything at once. But what I'm understanding from you is that had to be with the board's okay.
That's
the
right.
board had to say, yes, let's do everything at once, because the property management company doesn't take over everything. They're working with the board.
You work with
Okay,
the board.
I wanted to clarify that.
And maybe
Thank
it was
you.
really needed, right?
I don't think so, but yeah.
No, that's
Yeah.
right. That would have been a board's decision. Okay, let's get it all done at one time.
Thank you.
Yeah. Right?
Yeah.
Check, the length of your contract and renewal, kind of rollover provisions, we got that. Okay, just some extras, check your extras. What's it cost for KVA? Once again, Those are usually just charged back to the owner, so it's not a cost to the corporation. Yeah, go to the next page. Any special requirements? If you working again with management, if any special requirements. So do you want to have a one point of contact? How many emails do you want to receive in a day or a week? Those kind of things. Lots of consideration. And how do you deal with services? So are we going to? How are you going to communicate with owners? How are we going to communicate with the board and the manager? Lay those all out. Spending limits, that's the other one that's up there. For the most part, most contracts give a spending limit to condo manager, let's say at $1,000, $500, you can't do anything without the board. And that just but that's approved in advance. Basically, unless it was like an emergency call out, you're gonna make that call, you're gonna do it then you're gonna let the board know because it's an emergency situation. But you wanna have a spending limit there, just to keep things rolling a little quicker. You want to know how a dispute resolution is going to be handled. It'll be kind of like something that you're kind of dealing with. That's a dispute. He said, she said. Often that's how that they are. So how's your manager going to handle that? And overall, as a condo manager, you want them to be acting in good faith and in the best interest of the corporation. That's number one. Just as the board needs to be acting in good faith and the best interest of the corporation, the condo manager's got to be on that same page as well. You might reference paint color. You might think that's crazy colors, but that doesn't matter. You go with the board makes the decisions, right? I think the next one is about trust accounts. So who's got signing authority? Trust accounts are usually, are in the broker's name. Boards sign, but not always. Very often it's the brokerage that signs under trust account. So I don't know. Depends what you have. I know I don't use trust accounts at all. Board members sign all the checks. And I think in a lot of cases now, board members don't even want to sign checks anymore. They want to get it to set up as auto pay. So it depends what you've got going on there, but someone needs to have some signing authority on that.
I have a question. I'm the treasurer of our board, and we are to sign for our bank accounts. So we can't set up on auto pay or like e-bills because our operating account is to sign. So we can't do money that way. But as a risk for the board, we don't want our account to be one to sign. And their banks are very particular about that. So what we're finding is we had a contractor who we had two options to pay, credit card or email money transfer. They would not accept check. And so we ended up paying a 3% premium to put it on a credit card. So how do we navigate those kinds of things?
Well, I don't know what bank you're with. Oh, therein lies your problem.
I work for another bank, so I get that.
Yeah, but I know we have set up quite a few corporations and there are two to sign. You just got to, it's just more paperwork. Okay. And you can get them set up, and actually I have one at TV and we did get set up auto pay. It just takes an extra step. One or two. Yeah.
So I actually work as a contract bookkeeper for a condo management brokerage, and we do have one client who banks with BMO, and 99.9% of the expenses that that corporation has are paid through e-transfers. So I would say maybe, I don't know, I missed who your condo.
It was the TD Bank.
Yeah, so I know as an example, this particular condominium corporation deals with BMO.
I know I have a couple with TD Bank, and we did They have changed over. It's just,
It's a conflict of interest because I work for BMO.
Royal Bank is allowing the same.
Royal Bank too.
Yeah, you're allowed to do auto pay on that one and any transfer. There's limitations that are on the transfers. But yeah, they're doing that, but I know some banks are still not doing it.
And they don't even give us a bank card
Bank
for us to
doesn't.
buy things like anything because it's due to sign. So we have to pay for it personally and then get reimbursed. It's crazy.
There's other options out there. I'm using one right now. I've converted all of our properties and they're loving it. It's called SparkPay. It is 2 to sign accounts and it is still 2 of you to release the payment. It works amazing. And there's no more paper checks, fraud down. Just before we implemented it, I had the bank call me on a Monday morning to verify a check for $13,000 and some dollars that had been passed the Friday prior at a take a picture of your check deposited thing in Toronto. My property is here and it was made, the check was made out to Junior K. Reed, whoever he is. So they had gotten a hold of a check somehow. The number they're using was still in my pile in the office. So they probably went to Staples, got checks made. It took them about 6 weeks to get the money back. Because he put it in the ATM at night and they flagged it. Thankfully, they had to do their own investigation. But that kind of fraud can happen with paper checks floating around. You can go lost in the mail. Your recipient's mail can get broken into and stolen.
You have Canada Post, right?
Right. So there are platforms for 2 to sign that work really well. If you're interested, look up SparkPay.
Sorry, Spark or Smart?
Spark.
Thank you.
Yeah. And that, it works well.
Thank you.
Do you know what the national institutions or SparkPay what the fee is for something like that, or are you not sure?
Yeah, so per transaction that we do is $3.25. So you add up the cost of the envelope, the copying, the postage, and the cost of the checks. It's pretty much a wash.
We deal with the credit union and I process the e-transfer and the president has to go in and approve it. before it gets paid.
Yeah, there's that option as well.
Options.
Thank you very much.
I have a question on the special requirements. You mentioned there's a 1 point of contact listed in the agreement. And that's for one person to contact the condo manager. Or on the reverse side, does the condo manager only have to talk to the president? Like if you go for professional advice, are they obligated to notify the whole board of that information and feedback?
No, if you want, for me, if you just want to reach out to the condo manager, you're on the board, anybody can. But if you're making motions and you are, and it's best practice, you don't have to. You chat back and forth in your emails. So how many, you got 7 board members, you've got 14, 16 emails before you make a decision. Is then the president, if that's the context, say, hey, yeah, we approve this, whatever. I know board members can absolutely reach out to the condo manager for whatever reason.
What about on the flip side though? So like, what if the board has made a decision to reach out for professional advice, say a lawyer, and then the lawyer gives the information back to the property manager? Is the property manager obligated to notify the entire board of that advice or only their 1 point of contact?
Well, I would say the whole board. We would send the whole board the quote, same as if the whole board would receive the lawyer's information, right? For sure. Agreed? Yes.
Yeah, unless I did have one board that was a little more tightly wound. And so they had a protocol that I only responded with, corresponded with the president. What he did with it at that point was the board had a policy on how he disseminated information, which is a little more strict than I like to run. I mean,
is that, like, if it's legal advice though, is that legal?
Yeah, if that's how the board wants to handle communication. Basically, they all didn't want to get, they didn't want to get emails from, polluting their inbox is how they saw it. It's not information, it's not good stuff, it's not how you do your job, but so they wanted it all going to one email and then the president would disseminate it out. Again, we work for the board and we do what the board wants. So you guys make those decisions.
I can ask, if we are self-managed, obviously, if we have a management company and we're not happy with their service and we're not happy with the contract, we have options to get another one. If you're self-managed and there's a problem within the board where there's a board member that is not doing, it's not working well, what is how can we address that up to removal of the board?
Well, in the Act, it has kind of, I guess, the detail on how to removal, but it's hard. By the Act, it's hard to remove them. Just have a private conversation to start, right? And just say, hey, you're just not doing your job. Is everything okay? Actually, you start with, hey, is everything okay? Right? How can we help? Right? Take the positive in first. Go that way. Yeah. I know it is kind of hard. Even even home management, that still happens. You've got a board member that's just not participating. They're there, who knows why. They go in and out of a Zoom meeting. They come in late, like why? And then you got to catch up with everything that was said while they miss. Yeah. So what do you do with that? Yeah, just got to talk to the board, excluding that person, and just say, hey, how do you feel? And then talk one-on-one and see if you can't get a result, right? It's not an easy job. One other thing too, I guess, with management is what are your expectations? And that was brought up earlier. What are your expectations in response from a condo manager? Of course, if it's urgent, I think any condo manager is going to respond like right now, right? Got an emergency 24-hour number, that's going to happen. But it's maybe regarding quotes that you've sent for landscaping, you've got a week or two. Like, are you expecting the contract manager to respond today? Just because it got sent today, or lay that out. What's reasonable, right? What's reasonable? Okay, work towards a trusting relationship. Something that I'm just going to step into in my own office is periodic review with condo managers and boards. So I'm just going to reach out. We had few changes in our office. So I'm going to just reach out to these boards and say, hey, how's it going with the new person? Right? And before they come to me in case they didn't like that change of manager or whatever it was, right? So I think as a broker, that's probably part of our job too, to follow up with the board. You don't have to have complaints to do a follow-up, is I guess what I'm trying to say. Catch it before maybe it is something, if it ever would be something. Communication is priority, and follow up with any concerns with owners as soon as you possibly can. So is there any other questions around that? It's hard to get a fit, I think, for your condo, for your style. You want to build a community. It's not an easy job being a board of director. Whether you have self-management or full service, it's still the same responsibility. Just when you have full service, you can delegate. That's the difference. Okay, thank you. Do we have any Zoom questions or anything?
Not at this time. I'm just answering some that are
Okay.
coming in off subject of you.
Okay.
But yeah.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
It says time for a break, but we're going to start this next section because it's a longer one, and then we'll have a break, a small short section after the break. So this one is management issues. So we're going to review administrative issues, financial, insurance, only once, and then physical property issues and people issues. So for administrative issues, one of the best things that you can do is set up a schedule. Keep on track with everything. Excuse me.
I've got to unlock. Oh, wait 1 minute. Can you unlock me? Oh my gosh, it's crazy.
We're in the future. Cool.
Yay! Darcy's on a roll. Okay, there we go.
No, it's not following.
Yeah, it did. So great. It is.
Is it?
You're gone.
It's not?
You're gone.
It's not?
There you are. Hi. Yeah, you're there.
Okay, it's blue now. It's blue now. Okay.
There it is.
Okay, okay.
All right. Okay, with the trash records, yeah.
So administrative issues, circle around schedules, reporting procedures, record keeping, contracts, places and ways to access information, responding to concerns, decision-making, interactions with professionals, internal controls, and your duties and responsibilities. When you're dealing with professionals, you want to, sometimes we talked about the board having full access to everything. When you're dealing with your lawyer or your engineer, they prefer to get direction from one point on the board, not having 7 people firing things at them. So you're going to want to pare that down in those instances. Your administrative issues, the biggest part of that is writing letters. When you're writing those, you need to be on topic, professional, as brief and concise as possible. The more words you put in it, the less they're going to read. You just want to stick to what has to be done to rectify the situation. By when? Most notably, this is for bylaw breaches. Consequences if you don't rectify your actions. Who and how will to reach the corporation to talk about it. And if you invite the person to the next board meeting, yeah, okay. Then how you get them tell them time and place and how long they get to speak. Now, for doing your fines, there is a clear and distinct process in the Act now, and it's 3 steps. First one is a friendly reminder, bylaw reminder. Hey, did you know you didn't pick up after your dog? Please do so. If we get further complaints, we will have to escalate. More complaints come in, you then have to do at the board level a notice of proposed sanction, and that's a motion by the board. These next two pieces have to come from the board. Your manager can help you write it and deliver it, but they come under the board's hand. That's why you need the motion from the board directing it. In that notice of proposed sanction, you're going to tell them what they did, when they did it, what the expectation is going forward, and the deadline to complete it by. If it's something like dog poop, maybe it's been rectified since last week because the lawnmowers came and they chewed it up, it's gone. But what you can do is put in a date by which you expect to hear from them on how they're going to address that behavior going forward. They can call you, they can write you, they can email you. If you don't get that what you're asking for, the next step, if the board chooses, is the notice of sanction. That's another motion, and that's the fine that gets levied, which would have been threatened in the notice of proposed sanction. If you don't comply, this is what will happen to you. You'll get a $150 fine. So some infractions are sticky because, like party noise. Maybe it's the only party Joe ever had and is ever going to have. But you still want to have that conversation with them. So instead of saying, you shall never have another party, if you have one within the next 10 days, you're going to get a fine. Say, you know what, Joe, we need to hear from you by this day. We need to have a conversation. And it just helps inform him later what precipitated this and why it was a bad thing. Administrative issues as far as record keeping. At the back of the regulations, how many of you are aware of Schedule 3? Anybody? This is new. It's in the back of the regulations. In 2020, they put this in. It lays out pretty much every document that you might have and how long you have to keep it. Well, there are things that you don't have to keep at all, but then there are many things that you have to keep for different periods of time. They can range from permanent to financial records, 7 years. There are some things that are 12 years after creation of a reserve fund report. So if you ever wondered how long you got to keep all those reports, The ones from years ago, you have all these paper copies, you got to keep them for 12 years. And these are all minimums here. The copy of your budget, again, that's a financial document, so you have to keep them all for 7 years. Records of repair and maintenance, 3 years after the property to which the record relates is disposed of. So you're not going to ever dispose of your roof. So you might want to keep it a little longer than 3 years, because that roof is typically going to last you 20 years. And you might want to look back at what type of roofing system. The whole new board that came on, was it tar and gravel, or did they do an SBS? And rather than walk up on the roof to try and figure it out, you could go look at that and see what the quotes were and the invoices. And you have those answers for the people voting. Things like original votes cast in an ordinary or special resolution 12 months after the vote. Proxy forms 180 days after they were provided to the corporation. All these things you have to keep on hand for the prescribed number of days.
You said proxy was how long?
Proxies is 180 days after they were required. Warranties, 3 years after the expiry of the last warranty coverage. If you do something and you have a warranty, just because that day comes, you don't throw it out, you gotta keep it for 3 years. And all of this, keeping that speaks to limitations and lawsuits, and should you need to go back and file one, then you file your documentation in a row, right? Anyway, look for that, Schedule 3, it's in the back of the regulations. Who keeps the records? If you're self-managed, obviously you guys do, and you need to give some thought to how you're keeping them. Is it digital? Are you still working on paper? If it is paper, where are you keeping it? Is it waterproof and fire safe? Is it locked? Is there enough space? Because you got to keep things this long. It needs a lot of space to secure all that paper. All of what we do now is digital. Whatever comes into our office is scanned, and we don't keep the paper. So up until recently, yeah, corporations have big boxes of stuff they were always turning over. These days, I've only had them in the last 5 years, and I turn them over to somebody, it's a stick. And the odd paper thing that might go along with it. If you're keeping them digitally as a self-managed, you need to give thought to where you're keeping it digitally. Is it on a local server? Is it on the cloud? Who has access? Who's going to maintain the passwords? Who's going to make sure they don't get lost? All of that stuff. And then security as well. You have to have firewalls and virus protection to make sure that you don't get infiltrated, because you're typically keeping personal information like bank accounts and that kind of stuff as well. In professional management, we tend to have, like I've got IT up the yin-yang on our offices, protecting it. The average small self-managed board doesn't have that resource. Give some thought to that. Annual schedules. These help you plan your life, your agendas. They look something like that or like this, and you can modify them as you go through the year, as things shift around, as you complete things. And you can go back to this before your next meeting and say, what's coming up for October? Oh yeah, we have to do the garage door maintenance. We have to do the whatever. Maybe you have notes on there about you're going to shop your insurance policy 90 days before your date is due, and that sort of thing. But they're a really great tool, and then you can keep notes on them for major things that you do. Perhaps you're in an apartment, you do sewer stack cleaning, you want to know at a glance when the last day was, so you don't have to go back and look at the file. Keep all that information. I do that on here, just so that we know. You get a lot of calls. People are getting blockages and stuff. You can think, oh, when did we last do that? And if it's coming up, that's why we're getting those calls. And you know that service is coming. Financial issues for the corporation and the board and their responsibilities. Raise funds to meet obligations. How do we raise funds? The fees and levies are your voucher only too. I've had some boards try and get creative thinking, wondering how they can raise funds, and I'm like, bake sale?
Bottle drive.
Yeah. You have to maintain accurate financial records. Prepare your financial statements periodically as required, typically monthly, that you should be receiving them. Your month end is the last day of the month. You should be receiving them between the 15th and 20th of the month, your full financial reports, if you're professionally managed. If you're self-managed, you should be producing balance sheet, profit and loss, AR, AP, and expense report for your board. And they should be seeing that every month. The last thing you want to hear is that we haven't seen a financial report for 6 months. That's a major red flag, whether you're self-managed or professionally managed. We're not doing our job as professional managers if we're not giving you that information every month. And if there is a delay, you should be told what that is. Perhaps something happened that month and they're going to be delayed. Maybe there was the bank was locked up and they didn't get statements posted in time, that sort of thing.
Just a question on that. So what if you have a board that's tightly wound, to use your term, where let's say only the chair and the treasurer want to see the financial statements and the others like, yeah, we don't really care. I mean, is that even legal?
Well, I mean, it's not illegal, but it's not just the treasurer that is obligated to review them. Everybody should be.
Yeah.
The treasurer's job might be to review them a little bit, if they have that skill set, a little deeper and ask questions. Request recoding, like for instance, in my towers, elevator and electrical, EL. So the key, something gets miscoded. If I don't catch it, maybe the treasurer did and that sort of thing. Maybe the average board member that doesn't have the acumen that an accounting professional would catch that, but
each director has kind of a responsibility to at least look at them.
Yes.
And certainly to receive them, to say, yeah.
Yeah. I think there's another question here, Jeff.
I was right along the same lines, yeah. Like our condo is professionally managed and they're not keeping up with the financial statements, the last ones we haven't made. Does that responsibility fall on the treasurer or the management company?
Well, if your management company is doing your books, it's a management company. And you need to ask questions as to why it's not there.
That's really late. That's running late. It's really bad.
Because the statements will come at the end of the first part of the next month and they should get it to you within a few weeks.
Now, to be fair, I guess I'm just looking at what's publicly posted, so maybe the board has seen them, but I bet that would be.
Who does the posting?
The property manager.
Yeah, so maybe just a nudge saying, hey, nothing's been posted. It may have been done, it just hasn't been posted.
And I'll speak to my experiences because, as I said, I'm the bookkeeper for a condo manager brokerage, and typically, depending on how you've authorized your condo broker, like I'm going to use our example, right? We have access to the bank statements electronically, so typically, if your statements run from the beginning of 1 month to the end of that same month, we have access to them like 2, maybe 3 days max after the month end. And typically we've already started the processing of doing the reconciliations and everything before we even get the physical statements from the bank through the same.
Good.
Yeah.
What are the financial statements? Do they have to be shared with the owners, not just the board?
No, the monthly ones are a board level document. Your treasurer can create a treasurer's report that you attach to the minutes. But the reason you don't give them the whole report is that AR report is in it and it has people's name. Yeah. And you can't publicize that. But it's really up to the board from that point what you want to share with them. Do you want to share the full package, less that? If they do, it's usually the balance sheet and the profit and loss.
And I actually have a couple of boards that they don't want to share the financials, but they do put in the minutes under the treasurer's report, operating balance, reserve GICs, they put that in there, so owners are kept apprised of what the cash flow looks like.
Yeah. So, your audit at year end, how many of you do an external review or an audit? Yeah.
Yes.
So that working paper package needs to be prepared by your treasurer if you're self-managed, your management company if you're professionally managed, and sent off. They usually want to cut off of the next month. And so it delays your reporting by as much time as they need to produce it then. If you're trying to run your AGM right after your year end, you have to give your auditor, I would say give it 3 months at the minimum before you can schedule that AGM and safely have your review or your audit back, reviewed by the board, approved, and so forth.
Is there a legal requirement that the owners must receive the audit within a certain number of months of the fiscal year end? Or is it?
Just that they have. If you're doing one, you need to, it's in the AGM package.
Yeah. I mean, I own another condo where we just had our AGM and it had the audited financial statements ending June 2024.
Yeah, so then you should have.
So the year and 3 months later.
You should have, that might have been a misprint, maybe they sent you the wrong one.
They've been doing that for a couple of years and I'm thinking, why do they keep doing this? Like then we should change the date of the AGM so that it is 6 months after the year end, which is Christmas. So then, okay, then have it in February or something, right? Like,
but if your year end is June, you should have had them by now.
Yeah.
If not, I'd ask them to maybe look at another auditor.
Right, apparently we just approved that they should start on the fiscal year end, June 2025. Like they're just way behind. So it's the auditor or is it the board who's not?
But that sounds like it's the board. If they're wanting to make a motion to do it, that's kind of overkill.
Right.
It should just follow. Right. The cutoff is here, everything's in, put it in a box, off it goes.
Yeah.
And then they can get working on it. You have to approve document and financial decisions in the board's minutes. So if when it comes time to approve the budget, you approve that, and everything contained in the budget is deemed approved. So you don't have to make a motion to pay the janitor every month, or pay EPCOR, or pay the snow guy, or pay the lawn guy. Those things are deemed approved in the budget. It's extra things that come up that aren't, or maybe that fall into that catch-all contingency, but they're significant. Like if it's $10 here, $50 for bulbs, that's inconsequential. But if something larger came up that you needed to code there, it wouldn't hurt to put that in the minutes, that expense was approved and coded to contingency, just for clarity of what it was. Prepare and approve and distribute the annual budget. So you have to have it distributed and in people's hands 30 days before it's in effect, which means you're looking at it 2 to 3 months before that as a board and projecting out what you should be doing. And you need to conduct your reserve fund study, prepare a plan, and your annual report every 5 your annual report every year, but your study and plan every 5 years. And many of the providers now are actually including a 5-year plan schedule for you, which makes it super, super easy for you guys. You get it, the first year is done. As you go through, you can then tweak it and say, well, it actually cost us this much, not this much for this project. And then you have a better idea of where you sit through the 5 years. But going back to the reserve fund study and the report, again, when you're doing one, it's not just as simple as getting quotes and awarding it and letting it happen. You play an integral part in making sure that that document is actually usable. It's primarily a budgeting tool for you, so that you know going forward how much money you're setting aside for everything.
When you refer to a reserve fund plan, that's the one that says you should increase condo fees by X percentage, and is that what what's the plan?
It's a 5-year funding plan.
It's a 5-year funding plan.
And on the most basic level, if the board had no interest in doing anything other than just approving this document and putting it in a drawer for 5 years, the 5-year plan that's in that, you could cut and paste and add a few words to it and you're done. but that's not what you should do.
Right.
Right?
Reevaluate.
You should reevaluate, it should be a working document. The one that I'm thinking, the provider I'm thinking of, she provides it in Excel format, and you can play with it all through the 5 years. It has rooms for, okay, we deferred this because, you know, we're not doing this because, or we did extra. We went and we pulled this amount forward. We had a catastrophe happen, but this was scheduled 6 years out. So we've actually pulled it forward, which will explain why you appear to be underfunded if you grabbed $50,000 out of it for something early. And these things happen, right? Your boiler can go. Your hallway make a bear can go before it's time.
In regards to the reserve fund, if we have something that earmarked that's coming out of the reserve fund, we have enough money to cover it from our operating account, are we required to transfer money from the reserve fund to replace that if there's no need?
No.
Because to me, that then we're kind of bolstering our reserve fund because we haven't actually spent the money from there, but it's accounted for properly.
If the board wants to, they can make those kinds of decisions for sure.
Okay, thank you.
So financial issues and responsibilities. So you may have surplus funds to invest. Those investments are dictated in the act and regulation, basically secure investments. You can't play mutuals and crypto with your money. That's not cool. You're kind of held to GICs and similar secure investments. You have to implement internal controls and safeguards to protect the assets of the corporation. That's where your 2 to sign comes in on stuff. Obtain adequate insurance coverage as required by the Act, including your D&O and bonding. So your directors and officers policy is just to covering your directors and officers, as long as you act within the confines of the Act and the laws. You start stepping outside of that, and you end up in front of a judge, and they'll tell you so. Your directors and officers policy can back off, and then your directors become personally liable for their actions. So if the owners banded together and sued you for something and said, you did it wrong, and the judge agreed that you acted outside of your capacity, you will not have the safety net of your directors and officers policy. So that's why we have to act prudently as a normally prudent person would. Hire professionals, get professional advice, cover your butt every step of the way, and make sure you can support the decisions that you've made as a board.
Can you speak to obtaining an adequate insurance company and talking about D&O and bonding? When we're looking at new directors on the board, what kind of vetting are we required to do? Like, I've worked for volunteer organizations where we have to have a criminal records check, but you don't have to do that for a board of directors. Are we just taking them at their word? Yes, I don't have a criminal record. Yes, I'm vulnerable, kind of a thing.
Yeah, pretty much. But it is a checkbox on your directors and officers application. Does anybody have knowledge of this? Does anybody need to disclose this? But part of your code of ethics too is disclosure of conflicts and things. So you investigate the variances between financial statement and the budget. So again, treasurer's job, but any board member, if you're looking at it, what you're reporting and you're getting should have your budget actual and a variance. And if you're lucky, it'll have a last year's, just so you can see where you're at. And if you see something that's gone completely off the rails, you need to ask questions. And it may be as simple as you forgot. Oh, right, we had to pay $35,000 for yada yada. Right? But when you see those, don't be afraid to ask. There are no dumb questions. Right? And then obtain expert advice regarding the reserve fund and your investments, of course. Accounting records and financial statements. So just to go over what you should be receiving is your bank statement, your revenue and expense, your accounts receivable, payable, your bank rec, and then Any other things you do, like maybe you have a social fund bank account, you have reporting on that too. The investment report should be part of it. I'll tell you on my agendas or meeting packages I give people, again, like Sandy said, I tell them their balances and their term deposits, whether it's an operating term deposit or a reserve, and the day it's due or matures and the interest rate, just so everybody keeps it forefront and we can see it as it comes up. Due in March, we should talk about it in April. Sure. February. February, yeah. Because if you don't, then it just rolls into the next thing, and maybe you wanted that money for a project coming up in the spring. So other financial matters, so your books need to be done following GAAP, generally accepted accounting principles. Your condominium contributions are divvied up for the bylaws and the schedule of unit factors. I was talking with somebody here today. There is provision in some bylaws to calculate your fees other than strictly on 10,000 unit factors. So you need to have that wording in your bylaws. And I would suggest they were probably newer bylaws will have that wording. Older ones generally don't. Interest rates will be dictated in your bylaws as well. It's usually 18% per year, but I have seen other ones as well. Collection of fees from lenders and tenants. So you can collect from somebody is negligent in their condo fees. You can, if it's a long time, you go to the lawyer, they'll deal with the mortgage company and get you your money that way. It's a short term. If you have a frequent flyer, I'm going to call them, that continually, not every month, but maybe every other month, they're missing their condo fees, you can do an assignment of rents. It doesn't require anything other than a letter from you captioning the wording in the act, which then makes the tenant responsible to the corporation for their full rent payment. You take your pound of flesh out of that and send the rest back to the owner. I have done that successfully 3 times now in one condo corp on the same guy. He just doesn't get the message. But yeah, I mean, sometimes you'll send it and the tenant gets it and goes, well, what the heck is this? And freak out. But once you explain it to them, and then it's very clear in the act, if you do this and they pay the condo corp, they are deemed to have paid their rent in full. You can't go back on them for anything. So it is another tool. Again, for the guy that's 6 months arrears, probably the rent won't cover that, but for the ones that are just an annoyance every 2 months, I just fire that letter off, boom, you get paid. So that's handy. Interest rates, again, 18% is normal. Recovery of collecting costs. That one is part of the legislation that's waiting to be passed and approved in government. Right now, it's hit and miss, kind of. Here in Edmonton, it's a little bit easier. I have never run into one yet where they've refused to pay the collecting costs. But apparently in other parts of the province, it's a different mentality, and they do. They have trouble collecting that. So just watch for that when all that legislation is proclaimed and in place, and that becomes much easier to collect. Protection of caveats. So if you're going to file one, make sure you take it off after the matter is closed. Don't leave it on for 25 years. That's not cool. They go to sell and there's a caveat on it, and then you're scrambling to find out who put it on so they can take it off. Investments in banking. So again, professional advice for investments, but you're kind of pretty much tied to GICs. Some banks have some high interest savings accounts that are kind of locked in for minimum, but
Oh, I just used to work for a bank and I check what they call high interest rates. Yeah.
Well, it's higher, but
Higher, yes, but it's still.
It was nice before interest rates started to settle out, when you guys all made a bucket full of money, which is nice for a change. But
yeah. But yeah, when the high interest savings accounts are like 1 or less than 1%, it's not even keeping up with inflation.
Yeah.
Better than nothing, I guess.
Yes. Insurance and risk? Yeah. Yeah. And then we'll break it. So insurance and risk management issues. You are required to carry insurance under section 47 of the Act, and 61 and 62 of the regulations, and it details what you have to cover. Again, if you're buying your insurance from a condo broker, this is second nature. They will do that for you. Minimum coverage is perils listed in the regulation. Again, you can have further coverage, like we were talking about the wildfire supplement. Your bylaws may add extra perils. I haven't really seen one that does though. And you're insuring for full replacement value. So your appraisal is not a market. This is another thing people get confused at sometimes. When you get their appraisal, it's like for $10 million divided by 116 units. Oh, my unit's worth this. No, that's not the kind of appraisal. This is the reconstruction appraisal. Your insurance trustee, your bylaws will talk about that. And in the event that you have a total loss, one would need to be appointed, that sort of thing. And your certificate of insurance and policy disclosure. So that is one of the things that is mandatory. You have to disclose to all the owners within 30 days of any change. So on renewal, October 1, you have till the end of the month to send everybody a copy of the certificate, a coverage letter, which your broker will produce for you, which states out the changes from policy to policy. In most cases, it's just the building value that changes. Unless you're changing brokers and you're going from someone who really didn't know condo to a condo broker, you're going to have all these other coverages and things to disclose. It'll also disclose any change in deductible. So when deductibles went crazy a number of years ago and up to 50 and 100 and 1,000, we had to make sure we told everybody the minute that changed. So they had the opportunity to go to their brokers and say, hey, I need more coverage. God forbid the flood happens in between and they don't have coverage, right? So you have 30 days to get that out to everybody. And I would always encourage them in the cover letter, take this, even if it's an insignificant change like the building value, take it to your broker, review your policy, make sure you're covered. The other thing I'll tell you, if you're buying personal insurance, your condo insurance, and you go to somebody and they say, oh yeah, no problem. Yeah, we can write you a policy. Here, sign here, and it's this much money. If they have not asked to see your bylaws, your corporation certificate of insurance, and your SIUD, you need to walk away and go find somebody else. Because they have no idea what they're selling you. Okay? If anybody's asking you in your corporation, well, where do I buy my insurance? Tell them those three things. If they don't ask for that, don't buy it from them. You won't get the right. I've seen people in an apartment get sold a policy for a Bearland condo, which is just crazy. And then the average Joe doesn't know how to read all that lingo and figure out that they've been sold the wrong thing. That's probably a good time to stop for a break. Yeah? Okay. Any questions on that? And we'll stop for a short break. Okay.
There's one on somebody was asking about, do all unit owners need individual insurance on Bearland condos?
Yes. Yes, you do. You need liability and you need to insure your structure. Sleeping again.
I can see you.
Can you see me? He's not blue, he's green. He's green. He's not.
I'm tracking you. Yeah.
No.
Say the tracking. Unlock or lock.
Wake up, Tiny. Tiny, wake up.
Okay, so we'll take a break now.
Okay, so we're taking,
Yeah, just 15.
Take a short break.
Short break.
Okay, 15 minutes. Unlock me.
He wants to. Yeah, but you want to just cross it?
I used to get in trouble.
Wave your hand.
I was gonna ask.
Right. Okay, you're unmuted.
All the eyes
Anything, yes, I don't want anything.
Okay, thanks, folks. We're gonna get started here so we can get out.
Are we ready?
Why am I even getting it?
Lots of buzz, lots of buzz, lots to talk about.
All right, thank you, everybody. We'll move on with our last couple sections here. Physical property issues. Sorry. So you have, as the board of directors, a duty to maintain and repair the common property. It's not a suggestion or a recommendation, it is your duty. So if something comes to your attention that needs repair, you have to do it. You need to determine what needs to be done, and that's best done through maybe a spring and fall walk around. Document through your own eyes what you see. If you see something that looks a little bigger than your scope of understanding, call in a professional, trusted contractor, an engineer if it's big enough, that sort of thing. Prepare your annual plan for maintenance and repair. So take your walk around notes, make a task list. If you're in a Bearland or a duplex or townhouse, you may have a board, if you're self-managed, that is very handy, that can do things like add the little support things under the drain pipes on the eavesdrops, or painting, minor painting around the property. You may delegate those tasks to some of your maintenance people on site. The bigger ones, obviously, you're going to be calling for quotes on. Physically do the work or contract to appropriate professionals, which we just talked about. Obtain proper advice or assistance where needed. If you notice your roof vents are looking askew or your shingles appear to be curling and lifting, call in somebody to give you an assessment on if that can be a repair or is that indicative of a rotten roof underneath before somebody puts their foot through it. And then figure out how much it's going to cost you for the work this year. Some of what you identify may very well be reserve funds. Right? If you're coming up close to roof renewal, well, that's a no-brainer. But the other little stuff that you might want to do to make improvements would be operating under your repair and maintenance budget, and just figure out what your budget is, prioritize your list. What can we do this year? What can we do next year?
I have a question. If you have had somebody handy on the board and talking about physically doing the work, a question came up on our self-managed board of, we expect our contractors to have workers' comp, et cetera, et cetera. Does that raise liability issues if a handyman on the board does some of the repairs?
Depends what it is. If he's going to be doing plumbing and electrical, I'd say leave it to a plumber and electrician.
Say fixing a gate shouldn't be.
He's going to fix a gate. So your insurance policy, if you purchased it through an appropriate broker, will have a volunteer accident clause, okay, which will pay for injuries sustained. Okay.
Sorry.
it won't pay for loss of wages and all the rest of the stuff WCB would, but you can also carry a WCB policy for uninsured workers on property. But if they're on the board of directors, it won't cover them. You have to have director's coverage from WCB, which is costly, but you can have it. And it's actually not that costly. If your board of directors, if you have some people that are doing these things all the time, and they are still working individuals, they're not retired, you might want to think about doing that, because it's not that expensive that it's out of reach.
Okay. So if you, let's say hypothetically, have either a condo unit owner who happens to be an electrician who is not a board member, then you could have WC coverage for that person to do the electrical work. Then would that be accurate?
Yeah, you could, but if it's an electrician, you'd also want to see general liability insurance from them. If they have a company, they should be able to provide that to you.
Okay.
And if they are an owner in the corporation, you just need to disclose that. Okay. It's not that he can't work for you, but everybody needs to know he's an owner in the corporation.
So did you say if the person who's doing minor repairs is a director, they have to have director's coverage from WCB to do the work? Whether they're being paid or not?
Yeah, because if they get injured,
yeah,
and they are still a working individual, like they have a real day job.
Yes. What if they're retired?
It's a little bit different spin, but your volunteer accident coverage will only cover the lost limb kind of thing. It's kind of like the policies we used to buy for our kids. And if they, got a finger chopped off, it was worth this much. If they lost a whole leg, it was worth more, kind of thing. So it doesn't
it's mandatory that you're saying the WCB would be mandatory for a director that is doing work,
It protects the corporation, because otherwise they get hurt. The corporation pays for their rehab, right? WCB kicks in and it protects you. You should be requesting WCB from any contractor as well that comes on your property.
Yeah.
General liability and WCB. It's protection for you, for everybody you hire.
But if they're not doing a lot of work, that's what I'm trying to get at. If they're just going around fixing the light bulbs, right, a few things like that, would you still need to go to that length of getting there?
No, I mean, you have to pass the reasonability test.
Yeah.
Right? Okay. I can change my own light bulb. I don't need coverage for that. If that's what you're doing, I can paint my own mailbox.
But just changing out a circuit breaker is another
You're
one.
getting into the deeper in plumbing and electrical. I would defer to professionals. Even though Joe is a retired electrician, he can do it himself. If he slips up and doesn't do it right, and there's a fire, we need to go back on that guy's insurance certificate to reimburse. It protects the corporation. It's not you being persnickety and anal about having to get insurance coverage for everything. It's protecting the corporation every step of the way, everything you do. Okay?
Yeah, thanks.
Yeah. Finish that? Yes, So you can have maintain, repair, and replace programs. So some items need ongoing maintenance, and you may find in your reserve fund studies you're doing now, a lot of the providers are giving you, used to be back in the day, they'd give you just lump sums for replacement of stuff. But there are things that can be maintained. So you have a fence, it's wood, and you're going to replace it with vinyl in a few years, but you want a maintenance budget in your reserve fund to fix it along the way. You can ask for that if they're not already giving it to you. So you're not having to just have nothing and have the whole thing fall down and look terrible for 10 years before you can replace it. Repair budgets and then replacement. The requirement for the reserve fund study, again, 5 years. You have to obtain it and implement it. Implement the recommendations. So if you don't like the way they've scheduled stuff, that's part of what we talked about. You go through the draft and you have conversations with the provider and tell them your thought process on what you want to do. We know our fence needs to be done, but you know what? We're going to paint it again one more time and we're going to get 5 more years out of it. Maybe that's what he wants to give you a budget for instead of replacing it in these 5 years. But he doesn't know your mindset until you tell him. Reserve fund planning. will come with the report and obtain the appropriate advice. I'm gonna take over.
Yeah.
Just for a minute. Sorry, guys, got a frog in my throat.
We're gonna talk to this guy again.
Unlock me. Unlock me. Wave.
As we know how to. I think we've got this down pat by the end.
It's not tracking you though.
It's not tracking me.
You gotta be friendlier. There you go. You're good, Sandy.
Stroke his ego.
Yeah. Yeah, make him feel good about him. His name's Tiny, I mean.
You're saying that, not just saying that already.
I know. I'm talking about that for.
She's gonna track it.
Okay.
It's all semi-cider, so we don't have to track it again. That's the plan.
All right. Take your appropriate advice when needed, engineers, contractors. So reserve fund studies, your provider is gonna ask you for a whole bunch of documents to review. They wanna know your last study, what you've done in it, what you see upcoming. If you have as-built drawings from your property when it was built, not many people do, they just don't make them. Some of the older ones may though. If you have them and they're in a roll still, take them to a printer and have them digitized tomorrow. Those are very, very valuable to have as you go through age on your property, especially when it comes to capital projects. The engineers always want to see the mechanical and structural drawings of your property. Inspection of the physical property is the site visit that the reserve fund planner will make. They'll list your components, estimate the replacement cost, and the funds needed to move forward.
There's a question here on Zoom about the reserve fund studies. So wondering, after the reserve fund study's been done by the consultant, how long before they should be giving you reports?
It can be a few months. Yeah, it does take a lot, especially if they're new to your property and they're not cutting and pasting, which is what you want. I mean, you don't want. So, yeah, they like to schedule the site work before snow. Write your report and you should have it in the spring. It can take several months. So people issues. So all of us are a team, whether it's your management and you, the people in your complex and you, people lose sight of that, especially the owners. A lot of times it becomes the owners against the board. You have to reel it back in and remind everybody we're here for the same purpose, to manage and make sure this property runs. Everyone is entitled to their own opinion though, and we have to listen to them. Everybody has a valid view. Group decisions are always good. Use would I. So put yourself in that situation and say, would I do this if it was this? And try and bring it back to some reasonable way to figure out your path forward. There should be no hidden agendas. You do not get on the board because you want to plant petunias next year instead of marigolds, and that be your only focus, right? You should not get on the board to block condo fee raises and to dictate how much the budget should be every year. You do not get on the board because you want to exterminate all dogs on the property, and that's your only focus. Nobody is your enemy, and you're all on the same side. You leave your personal agendas at the door. You're not an owner. when you come to the board meeting, you're a board member of a corporation. You act in the best interest of the corporation. It may be offside of what you personally want. You can express your thoughts at the board, but when a collective decision is made, you button it up and you toe the line. You don't go outside saying, yeah, they voted for this, I didn't vote for it. That's not your job, okay? So you're walking two lines, you're an owner and you're a board member, but in the board meeting, you're a board member. If I catch you doing otherwise, you get told so. Right, Tammy? That's right. Communicating with owners and tenants, lots of good ways. There's platforms some people are using. Genie, Condo Communities is a good one. Regular printed newsletters. If you're in townhouses, you can deliver them. If you're in a building, a bulletin board. When you're doing your spring walk around and fall walk around as a board, be open to talking to people. If they're out on their balcony or on their deck in their yard, they may see a side of the property that you guys rarely, maybe you all live on the other side. They may have valuable insight for you as to, you know what I see that happening over there. So always try to engage them that way, and information is always good. Be more visible and welcome new owners and tenants with packages that you have put together with lots of good information for them. Being more accessible doesn't mean you have to talk to everybody on your way to the garbage chute or the dumpster or whatever. But it does mean be warm. Don't come out of your unit, run down the hallway, throw it in and run back for fear that you might run into somebody. If you happen to, you can, talk to them briefly and say, you know what, I'm really late for appointment. I'd really like it if you could put that in a note to me and I'll talk to you about it later. Right? Disclosures by the corporation. So automatic disclosures by the corporation include your annual budget and year-end financial statements, historical certificates on sales, information statements for sales, reserve fund study plan and annual report has to be delivered to the owners, and your standard insurable unit description. Now, these things have to go at specific time periods. We talked about insurance, it's 30 days. Your reserve fund, as soon as you've approved it, you need to get it out to your owners, along with the plan of how you're funding. Your SIUD, you've probably all long since done it. A long time ago, right? Has anybody not got one? What?
I just joined the board and I know it's needed, so it's gonna get done.
Yeah, so you need to get that done.
And be sure they're registered.
Yeah.
Make sure it gets registered.
Okay.
Some people have it done and it just missed getting registered.
Okay. Yes.
Mhm.
Information statements. So if any of you have bought your condo recently, you would have read one of these. It tells you when your contributions are due and payable, any legal matters the corporation is involved in, any court orders that have been issued for the corporation to pay any amounts, written demands for payment over $5,000, any recreational agreements. If you're in a high-rise situation, you may have a post-tension report. It'll tell you how much is in reserve, what the contributions are and how they're set, the unit factors and criteria used to allocate them, and any structural deficiencies known to the corporation. This is a tricky one because sometimes you might run across, maybe it's springtime and your sidewalk's at E, or you notice a crack in your foundation. It's a maintenance item, really, before it's structural. If your balconies, one fell off over the winter, that's a structural issue that you need to get investigated. But maintenance issues don't fall into that category. Lease or exclusive use agreements for common property, including storage and parking. So if you have extra parking stalls you're renting out, storage cages. If you have an amenity room that is rented every Wednesday by some group, that sort of thing. So when you're dealing with professionals administratively, you need to be prepared to explain every condominium situation. Some contractors might come to you and have never dealt with a condominium, so they don't really get that it's kind of like herding cats most times, and decisions don't happen. They give you a quote and they'll be hounding you 3 days later. Can I do it? Like, we haven't had a board meeting yet, right? Then they got to think about it for 3 weeks. Then they might make a decision. So provide them all the information they need in order to coach you and get the job done. Create your clear specs for the work. We talked about that earlier. If you're not using a tender process for a large capital project, as a board collectively, give them as much information as to your expectations. Do you want 2 coats of paint or 1? Do you want the trim to be this? Do you know, just everything that you can think of. Cooperate with them. They're there to help you. You need to help them as well so that they understand your job. And the expectations need to be realistic. Nobody is perfect. This is human error comes into a lot of things. So if something does go sideways with the contractor, the better relationship you have to that point, the better the resolution will be for that. So assigned 1 or 2 contact persons that, again, we spoke about that earlier, on large jobs, have 1 person point of contact with the contractor and consultant. It just streamlines everything. I have that as well with the mechanical company that works on my high rises. God bless them, I have some directors of maintenance. I have 2 of them now. Oh, it's like, 1, please, we need 1 communicating. I cannot have both of you barking at him. He called me pulling his hair out going, he's telling me this, he's telling me that. So we really have to, everybody can have their input, but we need 1 person to be that. Make sure the contact people read and understand the contract specifics. Meaning, don't have expectations outside of the contract. Make sure whoever's in charge knows the specs.
For your point of contact, if you have a full service style agreement with the condo manager, would that be the person?
It can be, yeah. But we would also, as managers, we would want somebody on the board that we are liaising with. Because there'll be times when decisions need to be made. We're coming to where we're putting the caulking on the doors. Here's your color choices. So then they'll give it to us. We give it to the people and say, hey, which do you want, almond, do you want white? And they go in and make a decision. Communicate your concerns with the work to the professional contractor in a timely way. So don't wait. Don't get their invoice and then sit on it for a month and then tell them that you're not happy with their work. Do a walkthrough as soon as he's done and point out what needs to be fixed. Warranty, you need to follow up on in a reasonable time. Right? Even if it's minor and you think, well, let's wait a little bit more, document it and send them an email and say, hey, you know what? I know it's early, but we noticed this. Can you put this on a list for us? And deal honestly in good faith and pay your bills on time. And there is a piece of legislation out now, Prompt Payment Construction Lien Act, replaces the Builders Lien Act that requires you to pay all proper invoices you receive within 28 days. It's something that's been in place down east for a long, long time. It's in its new stages here. So you won't see that on a lot of contractors' invoices yet, but I am seeing more of them. They have to come and they have to actually say this is a proper invoice, and then that triggers this process. So within that 28 days, you have 14 days to file a grievance or a dispute on the invoice. Then there's 7 days that they have to respond to you and resolve it, and then you still have 28 days to get that paid in whatever fashion that's resolved at. So just keep that in mind if you're entering any capital projects. That definitely is going to come into play.
Question. We had a situation where we had hired an engineer and we were waiting for the report and several follow-ups for the report, but they sent the invoice before we had the report. We chose to say we will pay the invoice upon receipt of the final report. Is that, based on what you said, should we have filed should we have gone to the filed agreement?
You'd have to look back at the contract you signed. Reserve fund studies, for example, they invoice when the site work is done.
Okay.
Or when the draft is provided, they invoice pretty much in full. There might be like 5% held back.
Okay.
For the final.
So look at the contract.
Look at the contract. If you're obligated to pay them at that point, you have to.
Okay.
Do you have a question? No? Bylaws and sanctions. Section 35 of the Act talks about this. You have to have a bylaw in order to enforce it. So if your bylaws currently don't say you can fine, then you can't. Plain and simple. And you can only fine for bylaw infractions. We talked about the process. You have to tell them what they did, when they did it, why it's wrong, what your expectations are, what the monetary sanctions could be if they don't comply, and so forth.
Question.
Yes.
Who can fine who? Like if bylaws are not followed, who can person complain to? Like who does enforce bylaws?
The board ultimately, but the complaint can come to your condo manager. Okay, so if it's, and then we would take it to the board if it's something that we can't resolve. It may only be, he needed a phone call and be reminded not to overwater his plants on his balcony in the summer because it made a mess of the balcony. So those kinds of things we don't need to pollute the board members' inboxes with and the agenda when it's just something we can deal with. Right?
May I ask a follow-up question? When you have a turnover of the board, and a previous board may not have been as diligent at following up with bylaw breaking, such as yard appearance, and you are the new board and coming in, we've had owners be like, well, I've had this stapled to my fence for 30 years and nobody's ever complained. Well, we say nothing can be fixed on the fence, so we're asking you to address it. It seems simple to me to say, we realize that the previous board did not. However, we want to maintain our property values, etc. Do they have, is there an issue of precedent has been set, therefore you can't enforce it?
I don't think so. Something like that. It's a case of you, when you know better, you do better. Oh, that was the old board. We are new. We are obligated to this. If we don't address this, then we're in breach of the bylaw. Like we have to do this. It's our job.
And it's how you approach it.
Yeah. And it can be as an education piece. If you've got a lot of that and you're a new board and you want to tidy it all up, start with just a newsletter saying, hey, we've noticed all of this. Did you know that in the bylaws it says this? And we can't change the bylaws easily, so we're gonna have to ask you to take down your sign. Start a little bit and see how much compliance you get, and you'll get one or two stick in the mud and deal with them later.
We got told we were anti-animal friendly because we told people to take their feeders down that are not supposed to be according to the bylaws. Right?
So for bylaw enforcement though, if it is something that you see heading down that path that is gonna be long and arduous, insist on a written complaint. If somebody calls you and says, hey, I noticed Joe doing this in the parkade 6 times, and you write him a bylaw infraction letter based on that, he comes back to you and says, where's your proof? You've got nothing. So you need written complaint. Right? If it's something you can take a picture of, go take a picture of it. Yes?
Yeah, there's a question from Zoom asking about how to handle speeders. We can't put in speed bumps, but people are always speeding. Can we apply sanctions without the use of photo radar?
If they're breaking the speed bylaw, if you have a speed bylaw in your bylaws, you can try a fine, but try and collect it.
And do they have signs? And do they have signs up?
And do you have the proper signage in order to be able to do that?
How do you verify the speed though?
And how do you verify the speed? Right?
Crazy driving in.
I have properties that have put up, well, you've seen them, the plastic little buoy, right? I have one, they put up that and they put a sign that says grandparents crossing. Because it was, I had one property, they painted yellow. They didn't put speed bumps, but they painted bright yellow. It looked like one. It worked for a while until they all figured it out. So, yeah.
They have signs, she said, that people are doing like 50 or 60, and it's supposed to be 30.
And is it through the corporation's property or on city property? 30 sounds like a city speed limit zone. Usually like 10 or 20 within a property.
15, yeah.
And I would call bylaw and have them come out and sit there and catch them if it's on.
If you have any police friends, ask him to bring over his gun. The speed gun, I meant. Yeah.
Paintball gun. Yeah. So yes, written complaints, then as a manager, we read the bylaws and see if there's a bylaw supporting this complaint. If there is, then we reach out to both parties to get more information on what's going on. And then I report to the board, and then the board decides from there what they want to do. You got to give everybody a chance to say their piece.
So it's on a bare land roadways, the common roads in their bare land properties. So what would could they still call bylaw, or they have to?
Probably not. It's their private property, yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Would it not make a difference if the roadway is on a bare land condominium and there's no on-street parking, if it's not wide enough it could be declared emergency access parking only, and that any speeding in that could interfere with sort of emergency access, and that sort of could be used as a
Safety.
safety.
Yeah, you can put all of that in the letter. You can threaten a fine, you can, if you know who they are. Again, you gotta come down to proving the speed. But, good luck, he's probably not gonna get much compliance from a guy who's driving around like that anyway. But you can try. You can try, that's right. And at least if the accident happens, you have backup that says, you know what, we tried to tell you to slow down.
So in a private parking lot, we have a vehicle that's parked there in our private parking lot. Where do we go? Do we go to the bylaws? Do we go, what? Somebody that's not in our building at all, right? So
Do you have signage?
We have signage saying private, yeah.
Are you in Edmonton?
We are.
Does it say bylaw 5590?
I think it does actually. I think it does. It's posted there, yeah. I'll check it though.
So then you can call and have it towed by the city.
Do they pay for the towing? Who pays for the towing?
So if you call a company that does impound towing, not all of them do.
Right.
I know Cliffs and Kingsway does.
Auto rescue.
I don't know. Maybe, I don't know about that
I
one,
think
but.
that auto rescue, he said.
Auto
I think
rescue,
so,
yeah, you gotta have a program with them though. If you don't, then they don't. But anyways, they will come and hook it up and take it away. The person will have to go find it and pay the impound fees.
All right. So, and these places like Cliffs, you say that they don't actually charge for it because they get the money back from the guy who's trying to get his vehicle back.
Yeah, those are the two I know that can run the VIN and they make sure it's not stolen.
Yeah.
If it's stolen, they have to leave it for police.
Yeah. No, I think what is it? This guy leaves it there. He leaves it there for about 6 weeks. He's getting another vehicle. He's been seen getting another vehicle. I think he works up at Fulham, right? So the two of them go up in the one vehicle, and he lives there all the time.
Have you left a note on it?
We have left several notes on it. Some of the notes have gone missing, but it's still there. But we have put notes on it all the time saying that this is a private parking lot. Please don't park.
So I would put a note on it, date it, and take a picture of it, so you have it for your records
Right.
every time you've done that, and then tow it.
Right. Okay, that's a good idea. Yeah. Thanks.
Talk to each other. talk to other neighbors if it's a noise complaint. If it's something that another agency can help you with, like hoarding or too many cats, reach out to those places. They can maybe give you a hand. See if there's a history of how the past board has dealt with it. And then always follow up in writing with everybody as to what the board decisions are.
And just to add, if it's just a small incident, address it immediately, because it can get bigger if you don't, right?
So you can invite them to a board meeting to discuss it. Never had much success in that because one party always says no. But that would be Garrett's domain. If you have that situation, the gentleman at the back here, he can help you with that kind of stuff. And then you let them speak. If any owner comes to the board meeting, the process is you give them 10, 15 minutes, thank them for coming, put it under new business, discuss it as a board, and then let them know in writing what the board's decision was. Okay, so they can come to board meetings, not for the whole meeting, just for their purpose. And usually board's reserved at the very beginning. Give them a few minutes. So then, yes, if and when it is resolved, let it go and let it die. Don't bring it up at every other meeting. Remember when Lucy did this? It's done. Let it go.
Okay, a question back there?
No, I was just stretching.
Oh, okay.
Right. If the problem persists, take action, implement the steps the board agreed to take, which could include monetary sanctions, correct it and charge back, have a lawyer send a letter, start a lawsuit, and ADR, which is coming to the tribunal. So hopefully you have nothing that takes you that far, because that is a waste of everybody's time, and it's usually over really silly things and being stubborn, right? Some of the other agencies to help you, animals, parking, health-related issues, noise, fire hazards, weeds, pests, garbage, structural changes. The city, whatever municipality you're living in, probably has departments that can help with some of this stuff if you find it becoming a problem. So how do we avoid liability? Well,
Lawyers.
no, the act and the regulation, if you're on a board and you haven't read through, well, you don't need to, but get familiar with that, because that is gonna keep you out of trouble more often than not. Never assume you know the answer to the question if it's related to your bylaws and governance, unless you've reviewed them and these two pieces of legislation. And then answer the question for your person.
What page is that on now?
20,
You mean in the manual?
Yeah.
164 about?
164. 30 pages.
No, we're not.
No, that's not it.
Will you be sending out the PowerPoint afterwards?
Yes. Kat, this will be sent out. The PowerPoint will be sent out.
Yes, and a link to the recording.
So you will receive.
Bear with us on that. It's not today. It's not coming today. But yeah.
All right. Find it? After 137. So, somewhere after page 137. I don't know. Somewhere. Anyway, review your act and regulation, read them, and again, keep proper records. We're talking about documenting conversations, following up verbal conversations with writing. attend board meetings regularly, know when to use professionals, get your proper insurance coverage, maintain your reserve fund study every 5 years, act in good faith with no conflicts, use mediation and arbitration when possible, and join CCI because it's a wealth of information. And then above all, be reasonable and don't take any of it personally when you're on the board. I know it's hard because they're your neighbors, you live with them, and you might get hammered a lot. But it's board member Joe, it's not owner Joe they're hammering. Try and remember that. We'll deal better with this. All right, any questions so far?
Going back to maintenance, I have a question about if an owner has had an ongoing issue and then comes to us and say, hey, my window's leaking. And upon inspection, we look and, oh, sure, it's leaking. And there's mold because it should have really been reported 10, 15 years ago. Is there a place where, like, obviously, condos are responsible for exterior windows, if there's foundations, that kind of stuff. But we had a situation like this happen, and where we were concerned was, at what point does the owner have to take responsibility for not having reported it in a timely manner? And we stuck with the bill because we did pay the bill, and it was $25,000. And so where we tell people to report things as soon as they notice them, but the board obviously has a huge responsibility. But it's also important for owners to take responsibility and report things in a timely manner. How can we?
There's no mechanism for you to go back to that though.
No, okay.
So at the end of the day, if it spanned 25 years and the board had never done an in-depth review of the windows, maybe they should have.
Sure, okay. Thank you.
So I have an idea about an annual review that the board would send out to owners to catch things like that. Do you have any issues? Is that standard practice? Is that something you've seen before?
Generally, the reserve fund planners, some of them put out those surveys and they ask you to look at your windows. That's building envelope issue that they're dealing with. And report fogging, leaking, air leakage, frost, all that stuff.
Yeah, it's proactive.
Yes, the board could as well every number of years say, we did our windows 10 years ago. It's time for everybody to have a real good look and let us know what's going on. And I've had a couple of buildings too where we've actually sent out, hey, do you have any issues?
Yeah.
We have. Yep. Not everybody comes back though. Okay, but still.
We're being proactive with that.
That's right. And the thing is, the board has looked into it and, okay, you didn't respond then, right? You've done your part.
Does that open a can of worms though?
It could. That's why I didn't want to do that at first because I thought, oh my gosh, but no.
Ultimately, the owner is responsible for the interior of that unit. And some places don't actually cover the windows. That's one thing we were talking about recently. That's why we decided to do it, because if you had a problem with the window you replaced, you went with Dura window and I went with something else. Now all of a sudden the building has different windows all over the place.
A follow-up question is we talk about the individual unit being the four walls and the roof and to the center of the wall. We've had a lot of situations where there's debate between the owner and the board as to center of the wall. And that's just such a gray area because, again, it's a leaking pipe. Well, the leaking pipe was in your shower. That's an external. There's nobody's shower is on a shared wall in our places. And so but they'll say, but it's water leakage, and that's because of the way the building was built. And the board itself has had, it's the board responsibility. No, it's not. And there's just been a lot of debate for us. Is there practical application to that center of the wall rule?
So if you have something like that, if you're talking your party wall between the units?
Yeah, well, even the party wall, when we're reading the act and looking at the bylaws, it talks about the condo board is responsible for the center, from the center in for external walls.
That was only for buildings built in like 1973.
Ours was built in 73, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, so it's because we have really old buildings.
Mm-hmm.
So that's where they'll say, but it's on the exterior, but we can't prove that without going into the wall and looking and seeing what's happened.
Pickle, but there's a couple of resources you can use. You can ask for a legal opinion on it. I had a similar situation on one. If it is a water issue that's caused damage, reach out to your insurance and they can assign somebody to come out and look at it.
Okay.
And they'll review all of that and give you a direction.
Thank you.
Any other questions?
Okay, so next section, we're gonna talk about meetings.
Just a time check too.
Yeah, this one will be quick. So we'll review the types of meetings in the condominium and their purposes, the elements of each one, how to prepare, and the basics of parliamentary procedure, proper conduct. So we have turnover meetings when the building is first built. We have your annual general, and your monthly board meetings, special general meetings, information sessions, which are not meetings, they're info sessions, and you can have social gatherings. Okay. So the 3 Ps of meetings: plan, prepare, and publish. So prepare your meeting package, send it out, everybody read it ahead of the meeting. When your minutes are done and approved, you publish them. Some places don't do that, some do it only on request. Never a bad thing, transparency. If you have a platform to post them on, or just even email them out to everybody. There should be nothing in there you need to hide from. Planning requires knowing when to call meetings and how to set an agenda and who to invite. Okay. So if you can get yourself on a regular schedule, third Thursday of every month, that sort of thing, or every second month if that's what you're doing. Let everybody plan their own calendars around that, and you have more participation at your board meeting. Set your agenda, use the previous minutes from the previous meeting, and set your agenda that way. The things that you completed not fall off, and then you're left with what's left over, and then any new business that's arisen. And you invite, of course, the board of directors. Sometimes guests, if you're in the middle of a capital project, maybe the engineer wants to come speak with you, or something, or an owner has asked for an attendance at the meeting for something. Preparing involves all the necessary steps to make sure the meeting occurs, that it runs smoothly, and that the agenda topics are included, and that business conducted will be properly recorded. So you need a secretary that's recording your minutes. Publishing. Give proper notice. If it's a board meeting, you'll probably, the week before, receive your meeting package from your secretary or your condo manager. Give proper advice about the meeting. Circulate an agenda covered at the meeting along with supporting documents. So quotes, proposals, emails, maybe explanations from your contractor on something. Anything that the board needs to help them conduct that meeting and make all their decisions. Yep.
Would you notify the board and the owners of your next board meeting?
Just the board.
Just the board?
Yeah. And usually in your approved minutes, there'll be next meeting date, so owners would know if they wanted to make a planned visit.
Recording business conducted at the meeting. I don't know if that means verbal recording or the minutes. But you mean you can, if everybody agrees, you could record them, I suppose. Your venue has to be in your municipality or by Zoom. There's notice, there's a chairperson. There's quorum required, the agenda, the rules of order and conduct, You're gonna review reports, make motions, discuss, vote, and then the minutes will detail all of the work you've done. So a motion is a call to take action by who and when. They're always in the positive, worded positively. One topic per motion. It has to be relevant to the agenda. It needs a seconder before you can vote on it. And you have to have a record of the vote. Motion carried unanimously or carried by a vote of 3 in favor, 4 opposed, or defeated, or whatever happens. And if you are morally opposed to what's happening, you're the only guy, you can ask to have your name recorded in the minutes as opposed. If you want. You don't have to, but you can.
Oh, if you do ask them to publish your name in the vote, do they have to?
Example of a motion. I move that the corporation, the board, or we, do what by when? I move that we pour the new concrete sidewalk by September 15th. Or I move that corporation appoint XYZ as the auditors for the upcoming fiscal year. That's a motion that would happen at the AGM. I move to accept for information the report of the treasurer's report as presented. The financial reports, generally you accept them as information because they're unaudited, your monthly ones. So you just do that. If the motion is seconded, the rules of debate apply. If the motion requires a seconder and is not seconded, the motion dies on the floor. And the chair should so rule. So unless you get a seconder, everybody just stays mum and it goes no further. When a board member or an owner wants to propose a motion, these are the steps. Raise your hand, indicating to the chair a desire to speak. When recognized, the owner rises and proposes the motion without debate. The chair considers the relevance of the motion, or if there is any doubt as to its exact meaning and effect, and the chair may ask the mover of the motion to repeat or explain or clarify. Once it's accepted by the chair, and if the motion requires a seconder, the chair asks for a seconder. This is how it's supposed to work. How many of your board meetings work like that? You can be a little less formal, as long as you get the gist of it. You need a motioner, a clear motion. If somebody's not clear in their intent, clarify it, and then get a seconder. Okay? Once it's accepted, the chair and seconded is on the floor for discussion. Allow the person who made the motion to speak first. Normally the seconder speaks next, and then each person who wants to can do so. Once everyone has voiced their opinion, the debate ends. The chair restates the motion, calls the question, asks for the vote. All those in favor and opposed and abstaining, and declare the result. Now, if they all worked like that, wouldn't it be great? We'd be done in half an hour for the whole meeting. But rarely does anybody ever speak once to a motion. And I'm sure you've experienced that.
And note in the motion, what's recorded in the minutes, it's not the give gab in between, no, right? It's just a motion.
Yeah. Items that require motions are approval to alter the order of the agenda, impose a sanction, table a motion, refer to something for action, place or remove a caveat, remove a pet, impeach a director, read and dispose of or adopt or accept minutes, financial statements. If you're entering a capital project, you want a motion on the book saying, okay, we're leaping. Here's our motion to engage the engineer or tender the project. Approve a deck application, appoint auditors for the next year, approve your budget needs a motion. The budget and the condo contributions are usually in one motion together. Appoint a chair, pay bills, and award contracts. Anytime you award something, even though snow removal is in your budget, but how you're awarding it to needs to be in the motion.
Just one little comment around your minutes. Approved minutes go to owners, and those are actually like, I think of them as sale documents, right? So you want all the information in there to be accurate. Want that new owner to have that information and make a good decision if they're purchasing in the complex.
Yeah.
I think of it as a sale document.
To that end, be careful what you put in your minutes. Okay? Got some boards that will infight, and some of that tone gets into the minutes. That's not a good look for your corporation.
Word of caution, if you're using an AI transcriber, turn it off after the official meeting is over, so what you say after the meeting's over doesn't get recorded and go to the audience.
Yeah, speak from experience.
Yes.
That sounds like it.
Yeah. So meetings must be held in the municipality unless in new corporations, the developer has 90 days from 50% sold or 180 days from first sold of, an owner can call the first. So if he doesn't do that, the owner can call the first meeting. The owners can call the first meeting. Some developers are pretty lax in following this. As if you buy like a first guy in on a new condo, you need to read those and get up on what his obligations are and make sure that you hold them to it.
And we did have a question just at the back there. You had a question.
There's a sentence in here that says motions are used at board meetings in the same way as general meetings. But most motions, the board meeting do not require a seconder. If in doubt, ask for a seconder. How do you tell the difference between what needs a seconder and what doesn't?
So housekeeping stuff like approval of the agenda, approval of the minutes, anything that's not, right, Garrett? How would you explain
versus
it?
Financial.
What's that?
Versus financial motions for financial expenditures or something?
Yes, exactly.
As a rule of thumb, they go through the motions and ask for a seconder anyway. I move that the minutes be, last minute be approved. Somebody second motion. Anybody, objection? Hearing none, the motion is carried.
It's better to do it that way. It's consistent. Otherwise, you might get somebody reading them that doesn't understand that aspect, and they'd be like, "But that's not a full motion. But that is. But that isn't." So it's confusing to people that aren't in the know. So just default to always using a second.
Thank you.
One more question.
That one there?
Yeah, is that in our, like, books?
I'll find it.
This is coming out to you, the slide deck as well. Will be emailed to everybody, so you'll have it. If it's not in there, you'll have it there. Okay. Minutes are a record of what was done, not what was said for 4 hours. Okay, so there could have been an hour discussion on paint color. That does not go in the minutes. It's just a decision. The legal record of the business conducted in the meeting, date, time, place, and attendance. See, it's a legal record, and if you ever get into hot water and it has to be used in a court case, make sure your minutes are tight. They've got everything it needs to have. Motions, movers and seconders, first and last, names passed or defeated, appointments made, reports given and accepted, nominations and election results and other business. So reports given and accepted is important because let's say the problem is that something arose and like nobody knew anything about. Well, no, on this date, there was a report given on it. So make sure you get all that documented in your minutes.
So then all the stuff about what was said and the whole discussion, like if you want to keep track of that so that a year later they'll say, well, why did you make that decision? You just have to keep a file of that then, right? You have to keep it somewhere else, not in a minute.
Yeah, it's just like if you're talking about a specific unit in a bylaw infraction, you don't go into the whole diatribe. It's the motion to do whatever you're going to do to the person, but you have to file on that person.
And you also don't record that person's name, unit number, in your minute, right?
No, just the legal unit. Any questions? You must have at least one more.
Give me 2 minutes.
I have a question about motion versus resolution. And somewhere earlier it mentioned special resolutions, so I don't understand, like, you call them these things differently then, or I don't get that.
So board resolution is a motion.
Okay.
A special resolution is the one that you have to do that involves the owner vote. And you have to reach a 75% double threshold.
Okay.
And then
Not many people recognize that an ordinary resolution, as described in the act, you have to call a meeting of the owners. And that's an ordinary resolution. Mind you, 51% of the people at a meeting can pass it. 51% of the people who come to the meeting can pass it. Special resolution is altogether different. Now you need that 75% magic. So those two different motions is housekeeping, passing the minutes, that type of thing, accepting the financial report. The resolution is somewhat different, although quite often used synonymously. They use the same word, but they are different.
So what's an ordinary resolution?
Ordinary resolution, to turf a member of the board. Ordinary resolution, section 28 of the act. It spells it out.
So an ordinary resolution is, some of you may be involved in loans to your corporation, and your bylaws probably read that you needed an ordinary resolution as the owner to enter into the loan. An ordinary resolution is 51% of those in attendance at a meeting. So it's a scaled down AGM. Call the meeting, whoever comes, 51% of them make the decision. A special resolution requires 75% of unit factors and owners for things like bylaw revisions, big things like that.
So the ordinary resolution and the special resolution would only be either at AGM or special general.
Yeah, pretty much. They can both be done in writing as well, but it's, so a special resolution, when you're doing bylaws, you'll hold your town hall to get the feel from the people. Then you send out the draft voting version and a ballot. That can be done by mail.
Oh.
They don't have to all come to a meeting to do it.
Yeah.
Yes, I am.
Just to follow up on that, when you said that there's one person who opposes a motion, they can have their name in the meeting minutes, is that in the act, the regulations, or where is that?
That's part of just Robert's rules or what?
Are you talking about Bill 30?
No, you want to be noted as opposed to a motion at a board meeting, correct?
Actually, that's a no vote.
Yeah, but you can always ask to be noted as opposed. I think that's part of Robert's
Actually,
rules.
that happens at a board meeting where you feel violently opposed to something that's going on. Say, hey, that's totally not proper. I want it recorded that I oppose that motion. In other words, the board wants to put money into, mutual funds or one thing or another. Okay, and the treasurer says, that's illegal. You can't do that. Then they go ahead and do it anyway. And he said, I want it written down. In fact, there was a court case on that issue. And when it comes in front of the judge reads the transcript. He said, I see the treasurer has opposed the last 5 or 6 times. He said, Lord, Mr. Treasurer, you can leave. The rest of the board, you're a clerk and you can pay for it out of your own pocket.
Right. Well, where does it say that person would do that? You know, that they have to.
Just say so.
They're just asking for that.
Yeah, but that's going to put it in a minute.
Yeah.
You stand up and not at the board meeting, you say, I want it recorded that I oppose.
Yeah, if you come back and know where all the team, we should all be on the same.
Well, you can say that all you want, except that that's what it, that's advice semantics, and they don't put it. I would probably write a little note in my memorandum book and say that, you know, I requested that in fact at the next meeting. If it's not in the minutes, then you're going to object.
So we have in our bylaws, I don't know about the act, but we have in our bylaws that the board, if there's a non-unanimous vote, the other board members, you know, that's what they have to abide by, but they can still talk about their personal opinion. But it shouldn't disrespect the board in the same, you know, about the sentencing. So I don't know, we have that in our bylaws, I'm not sure.
It says
When you have a split board,
Yeah.
you're going to have fights all over the place. Folks don't do that. Find a compromise.
And I don't know that it's in the act anywhere, it's just best practice, it should be recorded.
So the property manager should support that.
Absolutely,
Okay.
absolutely.
Actually, the Roberts Rules of Orders talks about that. In fact, it tells you that the chairperson shouldn't be voting at all.
Yeah.
Now, all our bylaws indicates that the president shall chair the meeting, except the Roberts Rules of Order says the chair doesn't vote.
Yeah.
Go figure.
Is this manual online? Are they available
At the bookstores.
online? No, I mean like, will you find it as a PDF online?
Yes.
Oh, I don't.
Yes, that, oh, because they shared it
It would be
online.
post things like a manuals only for member only libraries.
Okay.
But we'll add the link in follow-up email. Okay.
And what about an index? It'd be really nice to have an index. So if I want to look up whatever, if I have an index, not a glossary, but an index.
Well, everybody can do their own work and create one.
So Kat's been taking notes all day and she's got a whole bunch of stuff, updates that she wants to do to it. So do it.
And honestly, just on the topic, if anyone has anything they want to follow up with me about in terms of the training or any feedback, it's really useful. We're really trying to tighten it up and would appreciate the feedback. So you can email me at theeducation@ccinorthalberta.com if you need to. Thanks.
So just a clarification question on who votes and doesn't vote. Again, going back to normally the president chairs the meeting, right? So should the president be voting or should they not? And I understand that sometimes it's only to break a tie. Is that true? And if not, if our board has an even number, not an odd number, we have an even number of members. So just get some clarification on that.
You're into a conundrum, okay? The Roberts Rules of Order says that the chair really should be totally unbiased, independent, and not take sides. Now, when two board members vote one way and two board members vote the other way, well, he splits the vote. What happens is he immediately gains two friends and two enemies. You have a split board. Folks, you're looking for trouble. Find a compromise. It's important.
Okay. So on normal things, when we're voting on things, just in general, do you approve? Should the president be going, yeah, I approve along with everybody else? Or should they be going, no, I'll just wait and see if I need to approve?
Well, you know, I'm talking formality. Normally these things don't come up. But I do caution people to stay away from a split board because the moment that happens, your owner is going to be very, very unhappy. You got trouble.
Does it make a difference as to what's in your bylaw as to whether the president can or cannot vote, or has a deciding vote if there is a split, or a second vote if there is a even?
I've seen those bylaws highly undemocratic.
Yes. And doesn't it also depend upon whether you have your property management chairing the meeting or
The property management company should not be chaired. The president should be chairing the meeting, and if ultimately the president says, I can't chair the meeting or I don't want to, and the vice president says, I need the owners to make a motion that the property manager shall chair the meeting, or they need the approval of the owners. It needs to be recorded.
But at a regular board meeting?
Yeah, a regular board meeting. That's different.
Yes.
The board decides.
Okay, we have a question.
The board decides.
Thank you for that.
I have a question in chat. We are in the process of redoing our 40-year-old bylaws. Once they are completed and the unit owners don't pass them at a special resolution, do we have any recourse to get them approved? I am sure these old developer bylaws are not even
illegal now.
Bylaw revision is tough, and you need to just start knocking on doors, pounding pavement. Find out what percentage don't want them, and if there's a group of bylaws that they are totally opposed to, you're gonna have to go back, rewrite, change them to what they will pass. If it's just apathy and people aren't responding, you need to do something a little more creative to get them to the finish line on that. Can't just sit back and ask. It's not gonna happen.
Thank you.
Okay, we got 4 minutes left.
For AGMs, should board members be allowed to get proxy votes?
Yes.
Oh.
Should board members be allowed to what, sorry?
Get proxies.
Okay.
On that note, when you have two choices on your proxy, both by the board or somebody else, should people be putting board member names on the somebody else, or should it just be the board? So we had a situation where people were putting the president of the board down as the person they want voting on their behalf, as opposed to the board of directors.
Well,
I don't know.
one person has to vote. You can't have 7 people voting for them.
So you can't have the board be the proxy?
No, you need to name somebody.
Okay. Names.
I mean, if the board is divisive, how are they gonna vote? So you, as a person, a random person giving a proxy, you need to find somebody you feel comfortable and trust to vote. Have a conversation. Here's what I want to vote on. Your agenda that's sent out might have items that need vote, other than the approval of the agenda and all that jazz. They need to tell that person. And on the proxy, it should say for quorum only, for all business, or for this specific vote, and they can write it in there.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
We were going by what the previous boards had.
Can it be someone who doesn't own a condo? Like it could be a family member.
Your bylaws will say most likely they have to be 18.
Yeah.
And that's the only.
Okay.
When I get asked to chair a meeting, and that happens quite often, I ask for a proxy. I need a proxy to enter in that room. Otherwise, I'm liable to say, you're not welcome here. Move. But when I have the proxy, I come in and I've gone into the registration table and they said, you can't come in, you're not an owner. I said, sorry, I have a proxy. Just like power of attorney. That allows me to come in here. I just have to call the police and get me removed. It's not allowed. And proxies cannot be used by a property manager except to create a quorum.
Except for quorum, correct. And that's good sometimes when people don't show up, at least you can still have your meeting.
Thanks very much.
Thank you, everybody at home, for attending. We hope we answered your questions.
And thank everyone for coming. Got any questions? Send them to Kat.
Education, CCI North.
And we'll be receiving the PowerPoint on that later. Okay.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Very, very important.
Good.